MITS Mega Food Park. We have with us Shri Dharmaditya Patnaik, Senior Vice Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council. We also have with us Colonel Sujan Mahanti, Co-Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, and Shri Jyoti Prakash Pal, Regional Director, ICC. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request all of you to please give our dignitaries a huge round of applause. And I'd also like to congratulate ICC on this occasion for the centenary year. It has been 100 years of excellence, of thriving trust, faith, and driving excellence in all corners. So many, many congratulations to ICC as well. May I kindly request our guest of honor, guest of eminence, and our chief guest along with the ICC officials to please proceed for the lamp lighting.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadaha. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadaha. Shatrubuddhi vinasaya Deepajyotir namostute. Deepajyotir namostute. Deepajyotir parabrahma. Deepajyotir janardhana. Deepajyotir parabrahma. Deepajyotir janardhana. Deepo haratu me papam. Sandhya-deepa namostute. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadaha. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadaha. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadaha.
समस्त को अनुरोध करी बिकटे जोरदार जय जगन्नाथ रो सह आज आरंभ करिबा. जय जगन्नाथ. Anek dhanyabad. I'd like to thank our dignitaries for doing the honors. And now may I kindly request the ICC officials, Shri Dharmaditya Patnaik, Shri Ram Panda, Dr. Pradipta Mahanti, and Colonel Sujan Mahanti to please present bouquets and uttariyas to our chief guest, Shri Krishna Chandra Patra sir. Next, may I kindly request for the bouquet and uttariya to please be presented to our guest of eminence, Shri Sampath Chandra Swai. I'd like to request everybody to please keep the applause coming. This day is indeed very special and was much awaited. Next, requesting for the bouquet and uttariya to be presented to Shri Gokula Nanda Malik, our guest of eminence for today. Next, requesting ICC officials to kindly welcome Srimati Mercy Epau, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. Next, requesting ICC officials to please welcome Shri D. Prashant Kumar Reddy, IAS, Director of Industries, Odisha. Next, may I kindly request ICC officials to please welcome Ms. Nitisha Mann, IES, Deputy Director, MSME DFO, Cuttack, Government of India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind presence today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with such a wonderful beginning, I'd like to welcome all of you to the third edition of MSME Agro International Summit, which is a joint initiative of ICC, which is in its centenary year, and Ministry of MSME, Government of India, under the International Cooperation Scheme. And this is the third year for ICC hosting this wonderful juggernaut that we all look forward to very earnestly every single year. And to take this forward, I'd like to request Shri Dharmaditya Patnaik, Senior Vice Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, to please present the welcome address.
Jai Jagannath, Honorable Sri Krishna Chandra Patra Sir, Honorable Sri Gokulanand Malik Sir, Honorable Sri Sampath Charan Swai Sir, Srimati Mercy Epau, other dignitaries both and of the dais. Respected fellow members, experts, entrepreneurs, panelists, international participants, media persons, and my dear friends. It is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the MSME Agro International Summit organized by the Orissa State Council of the Indian Chamber of Commerce in collaboration with Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of the Government of India. At the outset, I would like to highlight the historic and timely context of this summit. We are gathered here in a landmark year, the centenary of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, the oldest business chamber in India, established in 1925. Equally significant is the recent unveiling, just a few days ago, of the Vision Odisha 2047 by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. The very first chapter of the vision document is devoted to inclusive agriculture, enhancing farmer incomes through equity, innovation, and sustainability. Today's program thus marks the very first step towards realizing that vision for Orissa. Orissa, as you're all aware, is primarily an agrarian state. Yet, I firmly believe its potential largely remains untapped. I am confident that the discussion by sectoral experts and technical deliberations will now sow the seeds of ideas that will bloom into actions and empower our MSME ecosystem and ensure that agro MSMEs can thrive. It is immensely encouraging to see the enthusiastic participation representing a wide range of stakeholders. They are drawn from diverse fields, from agriculture and allied activities, agriculture business, food processing, etc. I sincerely thank each one of you for being here. Let us use this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and grow together. On behalf of the organizing committee and the entire ICC, I once again heartily welcome you all. Thank you, and Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much, Sri Patnaik, for such a befitting welcome address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, may I kindly request Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC, Orissa State Council and Managing Director, MITS Mega Food Park, Sri Sriram Panda, to please set the theme address for all of us.
Good morning, all of you. I am Sriram Panda. I am the convener for Food and Agri of ICC and also a core member for ICC Odisha. Indian Chamber of Commerce is celebrating its 100th year. First, I would like to welcome all three special guests here. Our chief guest, Sri Krishna Chandra Patra sir. Our guest of eminence, Gokulan Malik sir. And also our own Sri Sampath Charan Swai sir. One clap for all of them who have come down here and given their valuable time. Maybe this is the first occasion where, as a ICC head, I am with dignitaries who have already visited a place like Raigada from where I belong. It is very rare. This government is only 1 year old, but out of this, I think Sampath sir went on August 15, Patra sir went on recently in May, and Gokulan sir also I think is scheduled to go sometime. So this is the way how this government is functioning. That's what I need to say. The government has gone to the people. This is maybe, I'm very happy and proud that maybe the senior functionaries of the government are now going to the field. So that is what the context is. Today, we have been, every year we are doing this event, International Summit for MSME Agro, which is supported by Ministry of MSME Government of India. And we are very pleased to have also Sri Mercy Epau, our Joint Secretary from MSME Department. She is here. She has been a driving force for this kind of interaction in the entire country. This event practically is trying to bring in, I'm very happy, we have also with us, sir, almost all senior entrepreneurs and also senior people of the food and agri sector here, because this is a sector which is very, very important sector for the state like Odisha. This is going to increase the amount of employment. This is also a revenue generating sector and also a sector which is very close to heart of our Prime Minister and also our Chief Minister, who seriously believes on the 4 pillars like women empowerment, going to the masses, seeing that our rural farmers' income is doubled, and also seeing that Odisha enterprises are made world class. So these are all the 4 pillars which this particular summit touches. This is actually the summit where we are trying to bring, we have our experts from all the way from Austria, from Sri Lanka, from Vietnam, and also from Singapore who are here. We have also guests who are from throughout Odisha from various regions. So this is a good conglomeration where your motivation and government support is required to see that we take forward the main mantra which is of this government, to see that Odisha MSMEs, Odisha's smaller industries, how they are able to go into a quality mode, how they are able to become better in their class, and how we are going to link them properly with market and also with the industry. And also, sir, we have also tried, ICC has always tried to see that we bridge that gap, because your presence itself gives a statement to many people that government is looking in that direction. Presence of international speaker give them an idea, and they are able to exchange the knowledge how things are happening outside and what is the challenges which Odisha has. Practically, this is one of the best time to be in India, and even the best time to be in Odisha, because Odisha is now having that vision. Vision 2036 and Vision 2047 was recently launched by our government. If anybody has a time, kindly go through it. This is a very remarkable statement which the government has put forward, where a strong vision has been set by the government, not only for the government but also for the people of Odisha and for everybody, the stakeholders who believes in the success story of Odisha. 2036 vision, where Odisha will celebrate its 100 years, and 2047 vision, where India will celebrate its independence 100 years. These two are a big statement for which everybody, including ICC family, will work very hard, sir. This I will assure you. And I would like to thank, without taking much time, all the dignitaries on the dais for their presence and support for this event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sri Panda, for the brief yet very, very insightful address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the special address, may I kindly request Dr. Pradipta Mohanty, Member, Core and Advisory Committee, ICC Odisha State Council and Chairman, SNM Group, to kindly join us.
Chief guest of the 3rd MSME Agro International Summit, Honorable Minister for Food Supplies and Consumer Welfare, Science and Technology, Government of Odisha, Sri Krishna Chandra Patra, and guest of eminence, Honorable Minister for MSME Department, Fisheries, Animal Resources, Sri Gokulananda Malik, Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Technical Education and Industries, Government of Odisha, Sri Sampath Charan Chandra Swain, Madam Mercy Ipo from Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India, Dr. Prasant Kumar Reddy, Director Industries Odisha, Sri Dharmaditya Patnaik, Vice Chairman of Odisha State Council, Madam Niti Saman, IAS, Deputy Director, Sri Colonel Sujan Mohanty, Co-Convener Agri and Food Processing Committee of ICC, and Sri Pal, Jyoti Prakash Pal, Regional Director, ICC, Odisha. Esteemed dignitaries from Government of India, Government of Odisha, my colleague from international organizations, delegates, entrepreneurs, partners from development organizations, financial institutions, academia, and most importantly, my grassroots champion and friends from MSME community. Namaskar, very good morning to all of you. I thank all of you to be part of this vital conversation that seeks to unlock the full potential of agricultural and processing landscape of Odisha through our MSME. This summit, not just an event, it's a declaration of our collective intent to create sustainable, scalable, and inclusive prosperity, where farmers become entrepreneurs, villages become innovation centers, and Odisha becomes global hub for organized agro MSME excellence. Friends, let's begin with recognizing that truth is often goes underappreciated, like our micro, small, medium industries is lifeblood of India. And with 6 crores of MSME throughout nationwide, a significant contribution is directly or indirectly made to our employment, wealth generation, and export through food processing, through directly or indirectly through agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and other allied services. These are not just business, they are community-driven, engaged, resilience, often operated by women, tribal communities, youth. They work in different conditions with scarce capital, limited knowledge, skill set, market access, and minimal infrastructure. But their contribution to employment, GDP, export, and food security is undeniable. However, emerging sector faces alarming threat, widespread closure, and stagnation. According to report published in Times of India in November 24, referring to data from both global institution and Ministry of MSME, nearly 48% of MSME in India have shut down over last 8 years. The article attributes this sharp decline to mix of frequent and abrupt complex regulatory frameworks. Complementing this national picture, the independent research study conducted by Jan Jivika MSME Interventions Sector 17 Tribal District of Odisha has predicted a larger landscape, paints of similar concern scenario at state level MSME. The study found that the approximately 2 million MSME registered in the state, only around 1.1 million remains operational. Of these surviving entrepreneurs, a staggering 75% to 80% are categorized as sick and struggling. So the honorable ministers are here. I request them so that government has to come up with a lot of initiative to engage, to empower, and to make the agriculture community and agri-MSME particularly to come up from the stage of what they are today and to contribute more better in the manner which is desirable for all of us. Let me now briefly outline 5 strategic pillars I think must guide us truly to empower MSME organization. As we all know, digitalization of industry, now we talk 2.0, our era of industry, which we are talking about mostly 4.0 in other sectors. In manufacturing sector, MSME are still functioning a pre-digital era. We must bridge this gap, and there are a lot of also of technology which can be utilized, like IoT, AI, blockchain, like you talk of many things which can be employed to enhance their profitability and productivity. Access to affordable capital, which we all know, market and trade linkage, we need to create new era of market, online, offline, MSME should have level playing field. Skilling and design and innovation, our farmers, our artisans have wisdom but not turned into enterprise. We need structured skilling, even product from a honey jar to a bamboo chair need modern design inputs, complementing training and packaging skill. ICC proposes to launch design labs, mentorship programs, and technical boot maps with partners like NIFT, NID to start up accelerators. Sustainability, criticality, and climate action. Agro MSME are inherently green, but let's make it a competitive advantage. Carbon credits for bamboo plantation, biofertilizer clusters, plastic-free packaging, regenerative farming, all these align with India's net zero goals and mission life. We must move from extractive to regenerative models of agriculture, agri-enterprise. I was going through the program's detail, two things which also are very dear to my heart. One is honey, which has been listed. I think we'll hear more on that, and bamboo. India is already among the top honey producers globally, but considering this, our capita consumption is low, our exporters largely limited to bulk shipments. In this case, income generation for primary producers, especially tribal and rural beekeepers, remains far below potential. Government of India has allocated 500 crores, so we can take advantage of that and have our honey, our beekeeping, make into in a tribal area regular activities. Let's now look into the next one is bamboo, which is second largest bamboo growing country in the world, India, but the share of global bamboo trade is less than 4% because we trade bamboo as forest product, not as an industrial input. We still see it primarily as fencing material or craft input. That must change. Bamboo is the one of the versatile, renewable, and fast-growing material in the planet. It is strong, flexible, and carbon neutral bamboo can be used, converted to timber substitute, can be used as textile, can be, now you have to turn this into energy biochar, which order of the, it will substitute coal in that sense, and it could be used also biofuels also. Odisha is home to 10 commercial bamboo society abandoned. Region like Mayurbhanj, Sundargarh, Devgarh, Kalahandi, both Sambalpur. But the absence of treatment plants, seasoning facilities, market design, integration, bamboo remains underutilized. Let me tell you the way forward we can think of, that's my suggestion, and we can, as we move forward, I want to leave you with the simple framework, 3C, that is connect, collaborate, and create. Connect producers with technology, market, and mentors. Collaborate across government and private sector, academia, and civil society. Create scalable model, prosperity rooted in sustainability and equity. Let us move beyond submit. Let us commit to ground action, enterprise incubation, and policy concerns. Here, I should thank Madam Ipo for providing us the assistance, ICC, for last 3 years. This is our third summit, and we did it in 2022, 24, and this year. With the help of Government of India, we've been trying to propagate and trying to see the development agri-sector, which has been told already, the majority of our people live in agri and agribusiness. And validation is key. The honorable guest from Vietnam is here, and I visited, and you see, they do a lot of value addition in their agri products, which they sold with quite high profit. So we should have and encourage not only agri farming and value addition to our product. May it be fruits and vegetables, may it be marine products, may it be our rice and paddies, which you grow in large numbers a year. I conclude my speech. I would like to tell every entrepreneur here to believe in your story, whether you produce honey, bamboo, millet, silk, spices, you are the part of India's transformations. I'll request all the policymakers to play a role, support system, risk takers, empower the smallest entrepreneur with the biggest ideas, to investor and institution, invest in potential, not just profit. The return of sustainable agro-MSME is not just economic, it's social and ecological. Let us together shape our agro-MSME movement that the world will look up to us. Let this be Odisha's decade of agro-entrepreneurial transformation. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so very much, sir, for such an enlightening address and for all the words that were so inspiring. And now, ladies and gentlemen, requesting Ms. Nitisha Mann, IES Deputy Director, MSME DFO, Cuttack, Government of India, to please join us for our next special address.
Very good morning to the chief guests, to the guest of eminence, the guest of honor, senior officers and dignitaries on the dais, the organizers and the participants. Very heartfelt congratulations and best wishes to ICC for organizing this one-day agro-based summit for MSMEs under the International Cooperation Scheme of Ministry of MSME, Government of India. A very befitting and topical theme, especially relevant in the context of our state, Orissa. Orissa has been seeing a rise in the entrepreneurial spirit, which is very aptly reflected in more than 1 million registered MSMEs on the Udyam portal. And agro within MSMEs is again a very big chunk of MSMEs. As per the data available, more than 10%, that is more than 1 lakh MSMEs in the state of Odisha registered under manufacturing of food products, manufacturing of beverages, and if you also consider the manufacturing of basic textiles, that's another at least 20,000 units that are added to this data set. So a huge number, and again very relevant that you've decided to go ahead with this. An important distinction, however, that I would like to make at the very onset is that if it is only simply growing of crops, animal husbandry, fishing, quarrying, then that does not constitute as an MSME activity. However, if you are doing even a little bit of value addition to it, be it in the form of grading, sorting, packaging, then it does constitute as an MSME activity. So those are the numbers that I shared with you. Of course, Orissa has a very, very eclectic and a very good product mix that to offer both for the domestic as well as the international market. There is already an identified ODOP list, which not just has agri-goods, but also has, a lot of heritage products, crafts, textiles, which have been identified. And in fact, there are 2 lists, one with respect to exports and one with respect to food products exclusively for the purpose of PM FME scheme, which is the formalization of micro enterprises for food processing. So that was one bit of information that I wanted to share. Now, as the Ministry of MSME, we are extremely proud that whenever any MSME comes to us, we do have some sort of assistance to offer, irrespective of whichever sector or whichever aspect it relates to. So we have schemes ranging from finance, from credit, to technological upgradation, to marketing, packaging, exports, international cooperation, which is the main scheme for today also. And I'm very proud to also say that most of the schemes have seen tremendous uptake and results from MSMEs in Orissa. And we are extremely supported and facilitated also by Government of Orissa, who have been our partners and collaborate with us in almost all the schemes. So it's a joint effort there. With respect to international cooperation scheme, however, I feel that there is a bit of an inertia here in the state. Last 3 years, we have not really seen a lot of associations come forward to take benefit under the scheme, which provides the necessary exposure for exports and international market, which is very important for our MSMEs. You may be doing very well, you may have product mix which is exactly appropriate for any kind of market. However, if the appropriate forum is not available, if you're not reaching out to it, then you're probably missing out on a big chunk of the market. So vis-a-vis the kind of response that we see for the domestic procurement and marketing scheme, we would really like to break this inertia for the international cooperation aspect also, and we would request you all, the procedures for most of the things are already online and transparent, or you can always come down to our office and interact with us for any kind of support or assistance that is needed. I'm also very elated that Mercy ma'am agreed to be here. She is a very prominent personality, and let me tell you that under her able leadership, for the first time, Government of India was able to achieve more than 2% procurement from women MSMEs all over India, which has been an extremely daunting task, and for the first time that has been possible only under her guidance. She believes in working in a mission mode, and I feel that is the kind of strategy and thinking that we need to have for almost every aspect. If we think of anything in a mission mode, that yes, let this be our target for this year, let this be what we want to achieve and do in a year, then definitely it can be manifested in the correct way. You come to us, you connect with us, we will definitely link you with the right kind of scheme, exposure, or whatever networking collaboration that we can do. We are off, and I'm sure all of you here would have in some point interacted with us or from our field office or the other organizations under Ministry of MSME, and hopefully would have had a very good rapport or experience. So please don't hesitate, and we would, as Sir has already said, we would like to, see this decade belonging to the agro-based MSMEs, a sunrise sector and a very crucial, important sector, which India, given its diverse and rich, the climatic zones, the soil, and all those kind of physiological features that we have a very good mix of things to offer, and I hope that we will be able to support you in that endeavor. I know for a fact, ma'am, that ICC has been a very proactive organization in the state of Orissa, and the Women Wing particularly has done exceedingly well, doing some very good initiatives under a procurement and marketing scheme, but we would also like to see a similar kind of a response under the international cooperation and other schemes. So without taking much of your time, I would like to wish you the best for today's seminar, and hopefully that it would be a learning experience for all of us, for the participants in terms of knowledge, and for us on the stage in a way to learn what are the requirements for the agro-based or MSMEs in general from Orissa, from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the facts, numbers, and figures that you presented us with. And thank you for extending the support that all the MSMEs might need. Once again, that was a brilliant address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Professor V. Palanimathu, who is joining us virtually, who is the Director of National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Thanjavur, requesting all of you to please welcome him on the screen now.
Good morning to all of you. Jai Jagannath. Honorable Minister of Consumer Welfare, Food Supplies and Consumer Welfare, Sri Krishna Chandra Patra ji. Honorable Minister Gokulanand Malik ji, Minister for MSME, Fisheries and Animal Resources, Government of Odisha. Sri Sampat Chandra Swain ji and Madam Masi Epau, Joint Secretary, MSME, Government of India. Then we have Director of Industries of Odisha, Sri Prashant Reddy ji, IAS, Government of Odisha. Then Srimati Nitisha Manji, Joint Director from MSME, Government of India, in Cuttack office. And we have a chairman, ICC, Odisha State Council chairman, vice chairman, convener, co-convener, and all the invitees and participants of today's one-day MSME Agro International Summit. Good morning to all of you. Amage Odia na आस्चे, I'm not, मेरा हिंदी भी ठीक नहीं है. No, मैं तो तमिलनाडु से हाँ, वो तुम्हारा हिंदी भी उतना अच्छा नहीं है, इसलिए मैं अंग्रेजी में बात करूँगा. Sorry for that. I'm really very delighted. ICC is a very old organization, 100 years, a century maker. is organizing such an important event in eastern part of India, which is in Odisha, which is doing really very well in MSME sector, especially in agro and food processing area. And this seminar, I would have been very happy if it is made as MSME Agro Food International Summit, because just agriculture alone will not bring any transformative changes. Across India, MSME has emerged as the backbone and our rural economy, particularly in agriculture and food processing. These enterprises not only generate employment, uplift livelihood of people in the rural areas, but it brings a transformative role in achieving food security and sustainable development for millions across the villages and towns. MSMEs bridge the gap basically from rural producers to urban markets, taking locally available material and then converting into a marketable, valuable, high value products. Maybe it's from agriculture or marine products or forestry produce. Now, that is what the MSME does in this country. Some of the numbers really are mind-boggling. We have 63 billion MSMEs in this country, a phenomenal figure. And 30% of our GDP is because of our MSMEs. And 45% of manufacturing output comes from these MSMEs. And they employ nearly 120 million people. And 48% of exports are due to MSMEs. These figures really speak in volumes. And agriculture sector, food processing sector, if you say the unorganized sector, gives employment to nearly 50 lakh people in this country, and in organized sector about 20 lakh people. Food processing sector alone. You add to that agricultural sector, there is a huge, otherwise such a 1.46 billion people in this country, we cannot give employment unless we really support agro-food enterprises. Otherwise, it's not possible to, because they generate a lot of employment. When you invest money, for every 1 rupee invested, the kind of employment generated by agro-food processing sector is much, much higher than in any other manufacturing sector. That is the strength of MSME. And globally, MSME, we have seen that in many countries, European countries, Germany, China, they contribute nearly 50 to 60% of their GDP. Whereas in India, we contribute only 30%. That means we have a potential to do that much, much higher, better than what currently we are doing. That is very important. And what truly sets the MSMEs apart is their ability to empower ordinary citizens, especially women, youth, artisans, and tribal communities. They help reduce rural and urban migration of population because they generate employment in rural areas. So they reduce the migration of population, revive traditional knowledge systems, and create dignified livelihood in rural areas. That is very important. Of course, our government of India and our Honorable Prime Minister and very many state governments as well, including our Odisha government, even the previous government also, they are really doing well. And Government of India has many major initiatives. Mudra Yojana, this is a very important scheme. CGT, MSME, and our ministry, PMFME, that is Prime Minister Formulation of Micro Food Processing Enterprises, PMKSY, and Prime Minister's Employment Guarantee Program, etc. There are many programs. They really support these enterprises. They give credit and financial support, as told by our previous speakers. And we have a very good platform, GEM platform, government merchandise, this marketing platform. This really helps these MSME for marketing their produce, especially in government sector. No, that is possible. This platform is very important. We have many marketing and branding schemes like SFU, RTI, Aspire, and all these schemes. We create LBIs, what livelihood, TBIs and LBIs, livelihood business incubator and technology business incubator. These are all created under MSME. This goes a long way in helping our MSMEs. Though we can say that we have created many, still there are a lot of challenges, structural challenges, key issues which I would like to flag. There is a limited credit access, infrastructure gaps are there, high post-harvest losses are there. There is a weak branding. That is the problem when we want to export, and fragmented value chain. This really needs a converged approach from the different agents, stakeholders like policymakers, technocrats, finance people, and skill development. All we have to work together. Of course, I have to speak something about Odisha. I'm really very happy. Odisha is doing wonderfully well in MSME sector. We know in Odisha, here I just want to flag. You will know Koraput coffee, Kandamal, Haldi. These are all geotagged products which have come already in the market. Koraput millet bowl. It's already a very good brand across the country. Even I was told they are exporting also. This is a very good news from Odisha, and I am still there. They can do better because they have a huge MSME enterprises coming up. In recent times. I would like to say a few things which are really already our previous speaker highlighted. We have to strengthen our FPOs and self-help groups and women-led enterprises, tribal enterprises. Still, we have to do something more in this line. We have to build common incubator facilities. We have to empower them with digital tools and market linkages. These are all still we have to do something. Enhancing common facilities and cold chains and processing hubs will help these MSMEs to grow much better. And promoting marketing and branding is a key area. Unless we do this, our products are not going to go in larger scale. And government is trying their level best. And I have to tell something about NIFTM because this is an institute of national importance. And we are doing, we are the capacity building nodal agency for PMFE, Prime Minister's Formalization of Medium and Micro and Small Enterprise, Food Processing Enterprises. We do train master trainers for Odisha also for various district master trainers. We do conduct trainings for ODOP, online and offline, because one district, one product program of our ministry. We are the nodal people who have scrutinized all those proposals. I'm very happy to say that we conduct day in, day out for hand-holding these people, especially skill development training. We have large, a very beautiful facility at Tanjavur, even in Guwahati. License offices in Guwahati. We have a very good NABL accredited FSSI reference, referral, food testing laboratory, very good facilities in Tanjavur. People can come here and take training for, we have a good support for incubation support, startup support. We do conduct startup grand challenge as well as during World Food India program, and we handhold them. A large number of people are trained from here. We have a very good R&D support for entrepreneurs. If they want to develop their idea into a product, we give R&D support, and skill development training is our forte. You can utilize these facilities from Tanjavur. And thank you very much for ICC for giving me an opportunity to speak few words. And I'm looking forward a longer, a bigger role and a long-lasting role, so that we can help these MSMEs, especially food processing area. Thank you very much. My colleague is already head of the department is there during discussion. He will participate. Dr. Amadou Surabi, my agri-business head of the department is already there in person for the meeting. Thank you very much for inviting me there.
Thank you so much, sir, for discussing the most important and most talked about aspects of MSMEs in your address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request Shri D. Prashant Kumar Reddy, IAS Director of Industries, Orissa, Directorate of Industries, Government of Orissa, to please address all of us in a special address as the guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much. Today's chief guest, Sri Krishna Chandra Patra, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Food Supplies, Consumer Welfare and Science and Technology. Today's guest of honor, Sri Gokulanand Malik, Honorable Minister, MSME, Fisheries, Animal Resources Development Department. Another guest of honor, Sri Sampath Chandra Swai, Minister of State, Skill Development, Technical Education and Industries. Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, esteemed Mercy Apau. Officials from the state and the center, office bearers of the ICC, dignitaries who are present today for this summit. I welcome all of you. First and foremost, I thank and also congratulate the Ministry of MSME and the ICC for organizing this summit today in the state of Orissa. As we know, there are three critical concepts when it comes to agriculture. They progressively move ahead in the value chain. One is agriculture, second is agro processing, and third is food processing. If you want to improve our quality and if you also want to improve the opportunities, we have to continuously move up the value chain. Just agriculture may not suffice, so we have to look forward and go to agro processing and also further towards food processing, where the final outcome would be the edible food products. So in this direction, the MSMEs play a crucial role because all these things are very scattered, diversified and heterogeneous in nature. So the role of MSMEs in terms of providing value addition, inclusion of technology in all these verticals, and also increasing the employment and addressing the regional imbalances, if any, come into the picture. The food processing enterprises, they facilitate industrialization in the rural and backward areas and also bridging the gap between the agriculture portion of the economy and regions with the urban or consumption oriented markets. In the context of the state, the Orissa's agriculture and food processing sector is witnessing robust growth, significantly contributing to the state's economy. As per the Odisha Economic Survey 24 and 25, the growth rate of more than 7.2 in the last financial year. If you see the cropping intensity, the increase has been more from 154% to 164% in the year 23-24. The gross state value added addition pertaining to agriculture and allied sector has also increased tremendously. Recently, the government has also launched flagship schemes pertaining to dairy and fishery like Gomata, Mukhyamantri Kamadhenu Yojana, Mukhyamantri Matsyajeevi Kalyana Yojana, with a view to enhance cattle health, infrastructure, the yield of milk production, and boost the production of fish, promote exports, and encourage and increase the income of the fishermen. Further, recently the cold storage policy has also been launched. All these are aimed at addressing the specific sectors and the specific parts of the economy with an ultimate objective of increasing the agro processing and food processing. We keep seeing news like strawberries, mangoes, papaya, banana, all of these are being exported from Orissa to various countries in the world. It is a commendable achievement, and it is a prominent step in the right direction where we integrate our agri-produce with the global markets. We do have a lot of opportunities and we do have strengths. All these strengths present great opportunities further in this field. If you see, the state has a long coastline and is very well connected in terms of infrastructure and logistics. We are also a major producer of spices, which gives scope for value addition. The state is also having abundant food and vegetable production and processing in these aspects. So we also have a traditional Odia cuisine. In fact, this month I had been to Nimapada Investors Conclave. So during that time I was interacting with one of the local colleagues. So he just gave an idea that in Nimapada, Chana Jili is quite famous, and there is an immense potential for people who belong to the state but who are working in different parts of the world. This is just one example, like local products, Rasgulla, Chana Poda, Pitta, Chana Jili, all of them, if we brand well, if we package well, and if we export, definitely there are markets outside the state and even beyond the country also. So this is a unique opportunity which we all have to capitalize on. In addition, there are a number of policy initiatives and the policies, provisions which are already being implemented. Like there is a specialized food processing policy, then MSME policy. Many of you are already aware. And there are a number of incentives which are being provided to encourage this particular field in addition to the other fields. So we do have a single window clearance system which is being implemented through GoSwift, and it is being administered through the industries department, though both industries and MSME, both are the user departments, and the entrepreneurs are also the user agencies. The MSME Champion Scheme under the Ministry of MSME, particularly the International Cooperation Sub-Scheme, it is very pivotal in enhancing the market linkages, global exposure and competitiveness. Sometimes we also need to look beyond the state and beyond the country to further the MSMEs, strengthen them, enhance market linkages, and also get integrated into the world economy, thereby enhancing the quality of life and the income prospects for the MSME entrepreneurs and the people who are being employed by such enterprises. This sub-scheme encourages technology infusion, international marketing and B2B connect, and also capacity building through participation in international exhibitions where you can market the products and you also get new ideas. When you go and interact with people in such international exhibitions or study tours, you also get new ideas, you also get pulse of the market, what kind of products we can export, what kind of products have the potential beyond the state. So all these things help us in increasing the contribution of MSMEs. Of course, Orissa MSMEs have gained valuable insights on global quality standards, branding and packaging. So when you go global, adhering to the quality standards, including the WTO norms, branding, packaging, all these things play a crucial role. Not just product, it is also the marketability of the product which will help us gain access to the global stage. So all these things are very important, and I urge all of you, the entrepreneurs, the experts, the policymakers, the academia. We just heard from Director NIFTEM, that is Agri Vertical Head is also present here. In fact, I would like to take this opportunity to also thank NIFTEM. 2 months ago, we had sent 10 IPOs who have been recruited in the last 3-4 years to NIFTEM for a 1-week course to specialize in the field of food processing. Definitely we do have support structure, we do have institutional mechanisms, but how we put all of them together to achieve the greater goals of furthering the MSMEs is a challenge, and it is also an opportunity for all of us. Today's summit's importance can be summarized by the fact that 3 ministers from the state, all connected to the field of agriculture or agro processing, are here today. So I don't need to say more, and with this I thank all of you, and I thank ICC for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on this subject, and I also wish all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience and your insights with us. It was indeed a pleasure hearing you out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the keynote address by our guest of honor. And ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to please give Srimati Mercy Epau a huge round of applause. Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. She's here to address us all.
Very good morning. Very happy to be in Bhubaneswar. Very nice weather. I came this morning and I'm very happy that ICC has organized this very important international platform where all the key stakeholders are here, and very honored to have our honorable 3 ministers of states from the state of Orissa, Shri Krishna Chandra Patra, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Food Supplies, Consumer Affairs, Science and Technology, Government of Orissa, and Shri Sampath Chandra Swain, Honorable Minister, State in Charge, Skill Development, Technical Education, Department of Industries, Government of Odisha, and Shri Gokula Nanda Malik, Honorable Minister, State in Charge, MSME Department, Fisheries and Animal Resource Department, Government of Odisha. All the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, media. Thank you very much. Ministry of MSME has been engaging very, very regularly with Orissa government, and some time back our Honorable Minister, MSME, Government of India, came along with the Chief Minister of Odisha. We were in Mayurbhanj, and also on the 12th of July we are again coming to Koraput. And so the Government of India is also giving a lot of focus on eastern and also northeastern states. And if you look at these geographical region, then one of the strengths that we possess is food sector, agriculture sector. So we are here, and I hope that you have made up your mind to come here and also learn what the Government of India is extending to develop the MSME ecosystem. So I hope that today's interaction, not only with the Honorable Minister and also the MSMEs gathered here, but also the speakers from outside of India have been invited. They will also be sharing the good practices that they follow in their countries. And I hope that together we will be able to grow and become a champion in this sector. I would like to also share some of the major initiatives and schemes Government of India, Ministry of MSME implements. For many of you, it may not be new. Many of you might already be beneficiaries of some of these schemes, but there are always somebody who is not really aware of what Government of India is doing for the development of MSMEs. So for the benefit of that, I would like to also take you through some of the broad parameters and initiatives that Government of India does. Ministry of MSME runs an international cooperation scheme under which today the ICC has organized this. So thank you very much. Congratulations. We have been partnering together in reaching out to the MSMEs, making aware the various programs that Government of India runs, and also hand-holding and supporting them, addressing some of the gap on the way. Under the international scheme, there are 2 major components. One is we facilitate the MSMEs to go and participate in many of the exhibitions. We have more than 700 fairs and exhibitions which are most popular across the globe. We have already approved them, and so through the industry associations, we facilitate them. And the second part is we are encouraging our MSMEs to become exporters. What do we do that? So for that, we facilitate the registration fee. Okay, for example, there are so many export promotion councils. Are you aware of that? There are, right? So with 21 export promotion councils, we have signed an MOU. So whichever sector belongs to you, you can become a member. Membership fee varies, and then it's quite expensive also. So we reimburse the full membership fee. Once you become a member of those promotion council, you know what are the latest development, you know where the industry is heading, so you get to know the updates. So we encourage our MSMEs to become members of those promotion councils. The second thing is we also pay the insurance part. If you are exporting your goods and services abroad, you need to pay the insurance, right? So for that, we are also covering it up for you. The third thing is, if you want to export, sell outside, you need to also abide with the regulations, the standards that are there. And it is all different for every country. So we allow our MSMEs to go and do the testing and the certification, which is also expensive. Many of the MSMEs find it very difficult to get the certification. So for that also we reimburse. Okay, so these are the three components under the CBFTE that we do. And also we allow our MSMEs to go and participate. So if any of you are here who have not yet accessed some of these benefits, please look up our scheme guidelines and our ministry, and then get yourself registered. The important thing that I would like to share all of you here is, I believe everybody under this roof is a serious MSME, is a serious entrepreneur. So you're here to learn. And so please follow us. We're very, very proactive on social media platforms. We not only post the scheme guidelines, but we also post a lot of success stories. So follow us. Every day there are some new posts coming up for you to learn and to connect with the MSMEs. Follow us on our social media. The second thing is public procurement and marketing scheme, which is for the MSMEs to participate in all the exhibitions and fairs within the country. Hundreds and thousands of fairs are happening every time somewhere or the other. So you can also go and participate there. For that, you have to get connected with our Development Facilitation Office, DFO. Nitisha ma'am was here. She spoke because of another meeting. She has to rush back. But she is the key person here in Cuttack or in Bhubaneswar, your city, the nearest office. So please go and connect with her and participate wherever the big fairs are happening. Now, if we talk about the food sector, village industry also plays a very, very important role, you know, because beekeeping, for example, the earlier speaker has spoken at great length about the importance of beekeeping. Pollination and, you know, all this food production, there is a cycle to it, there's science behind it. So there is so many you know, schemes to help farmers keep bees, okay, and also the micro primary food processing industry is also given under the KVIC schemes. So you can also access some of those. Another thing is, if you're aware of what the government of India is headed, you will know that in the budget announcement, our FM madam has already announced the export promotion mission with 17,000 crore budget for 5 years, and that is focused on the MSMEs. So for those of you who would like to become exporters, you will like to look at the scheme guidelines and benefit from there. Okay, there's a lot of opportunities coming up for that. And also, as we march towards the Viksit Bharat, we want to be inclusive in our growth. And so the SC, ST, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, women, we would like to include them. And so we run the National Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Hub scheme. And that is mainly for that. For this program, we're going to have covering the 6 districts of Orissa on 12th July in Koraput. So if any one of you are from that region, you may like to come and see and meet with us and see how best we can also support you, because the main stakeholders like banks, GEM, CPSEs, and also many of the financial institutions, we will be inviting them to come and be a part of that. The public procurement policy of Government of India mandates that all the CPSEs and government ministries and departments must mandatorily buy 3% of their total procurement from women. 4% from scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. So for that, we are having several rounds of discussion and then networking with the CPSEs and also with GEM. So if you would like to also sell your products and services to all the CPSEs around you, please connect with us, because we are doing a roundtable conference every now and then. We just had 3 rounds, just last week also was the last one. One more is coming up, but every quarter we are monitoring it, because we want to achieve the mandate. So that is also an opportunity for you to sell your products. If you're finding difficulty in branding or in packaging or in standardizing, then there are several schemes that our ministry runs that we would like to share with you, and you can access some of those. Now, Yashashwini is also an initiative. That particular initiative is to help support women. As we are all aware, our Honorable PM has been saying that now India must look at women-led development. So for that, we would like to support our women entrepreneurs to first get formalized. So formalization is one of our initiatives. And right now, under our UDM data, we have more than 6.5 crore MSMEs registered, 65 million plus and counting on a daily basis. We have MSMEs. Now, we would like to see gender parity. Right now, it is around 37%, but we would like to reach 50% as soon as possible, of course, but if not, at least by 2047, we would like to have gender parity. So we are working towards that, and for that, we are also hand-holding the pooling factor from SAGs of rural development. SAGs have 10 crore SAG members. Now, the next natural partner is MSME, because we would love them to become enterprise builders. So we are also in partnership with Ministry of Rural Development to pull up the SAG members so that they become enterprise builder. And above that, we also have a women entrepreneurship platform of Niti Aayog. That's anchored there in Niti Aayog. They provide the mentorship. So they have so many corporate houses where they are giving professional mentorship to all the women entrepreneurs. So WEP is also our next level, where we would love to have the pull factor of all our women entrepreneurs to become, to mainstream their economic activities and also enter the global value chain. So these are some of the broad things that we are doing. And for the MSME universe, maybe you are already aware of it or maybe not. But for your information, we contribute more than 31% of our national GDP. As a number, we are more than 65 million, okay, and counting. And in manufacturing output, we have more than 35% manufacturing output coming from the MSMEs. And for exports, we provide more than 45% of exports. And as far as employment is concerned, we are second to agriculture. So we are at 28 crore plus. So that's a huge number, because 280 million people are providing employment is provided by the MSMEs, and we are counting. And our Viksit Bharat vision is that MSME should also overtake agriculture. So that's where we are as far as our broad universe is concerned. And some of the important initiatives that I would like to share with you, because in the food sector, if you are not a farmer growing agriculture, then you are MSME, because any addition of value into any of the products is you become an MSME. So what are some of the things that we run whereby you can access some of those? Formalization, very important. I hope everyone seated here, if you are an entrepreneur, I hope you have a UDM registration. If not, please get it done, because it is fully digital, it is free, and it is on self-declaration. So you don't have to pay any amount, and within 5 minutes you can get a registration. And the second big thing that we do is access to credit. We have Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, PMEGP. It is implemented by KVIC. So KVIC is also here in Bhubaneswar. You can reach out to them. And for manufacturing, we are giving 50 lakh, and for services, we are giving 20 lakh. And if you repay them on time, then the second tranche is bigger. So you would love to know the details of it and access some of these benefits. And major beneficiaries of PMEGP are also in food sector, which we are deliberating today. Another thing is we also provide access to finance. Now, MSMEs who are doing well would love to grow further because they have the potential, but they don't know where to go. So for that, we have provided a growth funding called SRI, Self-Reliance India, SRI funding, and the total corpus is 50,000 crores. 10,000 crore is provided by Government of India as a mother fund. 40,000 crore, four times of that is being raised from the market. And so that is anchored in NSIC, National Small Industry Corporation in Delhi, and Mr. Srinivas is the CEO of that. So if you would love to access the growth funding, the equity funding that is available for the MSMEs, you would love to check up the SRI fund. And access to market, I've already said about procurement marketing scheme, also the international cooperation scheme, also the team scheme that is coming up. I think we'll be inaugurating this 27th on Friday by our President Madam. So, and GEM also has a very good opportunity. They give privilege to the women. The caution money is waived off. SCST caution money is waived off. And we are also reaching out to the GEM and also the Udyam portal and then sharing with the CPSE so that procurement can take place. So a lot of things are happening, and I think it is a good time, as some of our earlier speakers have said, that this is the best time to be in India. And also access to technology. One of the best technologies of MSME is here in Bhubaneswar. As you are aware, we have provided very critical components to our Chandrayaan mission also. So it's one of the best one, and we keep talking about this to the people around, not only in India but also abroad. So you have very good technology here. Reach out to them if you have any need for technology intervention or for your enterprise. You may like to reach out. We have several technology center, testing centers. We have also technology service centers of NSIC across the country. And we are again creating more. And some of these industries are in collaboration with Germany and with Denmark and so forth. And so 2 more are with Japan, and we are hoping that some more will be with Korea and also some of the bilateral relations that we have already entered. And we are also promoting digitalization. We live in a digital world today. And so how do the MSMEs onboard the digital and then use it as a tool to enhance their entrepreneurship? So these are some of the things that we do in a big way. And also infrastructural support we are giving them. And for that also you would love to look at the cluster development program. Sfurti is of course right now not happening, but cluster development program is a good one. And for the state government, we are also supporting them for upgrading their DICs and some of the good training institutions up to the national level. So under the ATI scheme, we are also doing that. And we are giving focus to eastern and the northeastern region of the country because these are lagging behind in some of the development parameters. So if Orissa would like to access that, then maybe you can reach out to me. Yeah, Director Sir, can please note that. And also we are doing a lot of skilling, industry-grade skilling, not only for the fresh youth, but also reskilling and upscaling for, to reach out and meet the demand of the industry. So these are some of the major 8 verticals that we work on. And if you look at the MSMEs now, it is not small anymore because I think for a micro, it is up to 10 crore. So that's not a small micro anymore, but then the new definition says so. So if your investment, your machinery and plant that is in your factories is up to 2.5 crore and your turnover is up to 10 crore, you are a micro. If your investment is up to 25 crore and your turnover is 100 crore, you are a small, okay? And if your investment is up to 125 and your turnover is 500 crore, then you are a medium. So MSME is huge. You know, it starts from village industries up to 500 crore turnover. So that's where we cater to our ministry, and it's a very important ministry for our economic growth. And I just want to also remind you what the government of India is doing. If you look at the latest budget announcement, credit cards for micro enterprises, introduction of customized credit cards with rupees 5 lakh limit for micro enterprises registered on the Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. So I hope that you would also access this. Fund of funds for startup. Alternate investment funds for startups have received commitment of more than rupees 91,000 crore. These are supported by fund of funds set up by Government of India. Government of India contributed 10,000 crore. Now a new fund of fund with expanded scope and a fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore will be set up. This was announced by our FM. And also a scheme for first-time entrepreneurs. New scheme for 5 lakh women, scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to rupees 2 crore during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from successful Stand Up India scheme, online capacity building for entrepreneurship, and managerial skill will also be organized. I think these are noteworthy, and you would like to access this new announcement by our finance minister. And also, I think everything I may not be able to tell here, but another important thing that was announced by our FM is support for food processing. In line with commitment towards Purvadaya, we'll establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region, and that means it includes Odisha also. This will result in enhanced income for farmers through value addition of their produce and scaling entrepreneurship and employment opportunity for youth. Okay, so that is where we are, and I hope you stay today, and learn as much as possible, because it's not every day that we call entrepreneurs and industry and also the government officials to come. But on a platform such as this, knowledge is being shared. So it is also a very important learning time. So please don't go away, stay for the technical session, learn. If you have any questions, please reach out, because it's also an opportunity to have a direct answer. So I hope today's session will be a learning and also a transformational time for you as you embark on your entrepreneurial journey. So I would like to thank the ICC for organizing this beautiful conference where all the stakeholders are together. Before I end, I just want to also tell you that I know some of you I met before the session. Many of you have told that you are in the industry for 40 years, 30 years, 25 years, and you are already doing very well. For those entrepreneurs, I would like to say that Government of India is also focused on greening and sustainability. And today that's the talk that is everywhere, so I'm sure you know. So Ministry of MSME has launched MSME Green Investment and Financing for Transformation called GIFT scheme. Very important for your industry, so please mark that and then see how best you can access that. And you can also transit to green energy. And scheme for promotion for investment in circular economy, SPICE. Very important again. And so I think this will really benefit our Odisha MSMEs also. And also gender empowerment, zero effect, zero defect. Our Prime Minister keeps talking about this. So for the Z certification, it's free for women. For others, the cost is quite high, but we have made it free for women. So there are 3 certificates, bronze, silver, and gold. And so make, let the QCI come and rate your industry, your factory, and see how you were doing. And once you get that certification, then it makes you easier to access credit, finance, and also market and exports. So please look up to that. And another new scheme that we have launched is MSME Trade Enablement and Marketing called Team Scheme. So 50% is for women, reserved for women. And here we would like to see 5 lakh beneficiaries, which will be of women. And CGTMSE, you are already aware, for women, we are giving guarantee coverage up to 90%. For the rest, it is 75%. We're also talking with the CGTMSE team to give 90% for SCs and STs also. Not yet done, but hopefully it will be soon. And also technology and digitalization, portal for online dispute resolution. There also we are doing a lot of good work for the MSMEs so that everything is resolved online itself. And technology platforms for MSME support services at scale, Udhyami Bharat, that also we are doing it. And also competitiveness and innovation. I think these are very important for those enterprises that are already doing well. Maybe you are not in micro anymore, but you are in small and medium segment. So scaling up and improvement of Z and Lean certificate scheme, and also the MSME innovative scheme. I think this is also a very important initiative that Government of India has taken up, because many of our MSMEs have very good idea, but they do not know how to create a viable business model. So we give it to the host institute, and those include IITs, IIM, and IIS and all that. So we give it to them, they create a viable business model and give it back to you. Another thing is design. Although we wear sari or some of these good clothes, and our textiles are wonderful, and there is a huge market abroad, but then perhaps the other culture people, they may not wear sari. So how do you diversify your design, right? So there is one very good component called design component under our champion scheme, where you can diversify your products and then you can sell abroad as well. And of course, the third one is, one is innovation, one is design, and one is IPR. Yeah. So please look up and then follow us. Thank you very much for your attention. And I hope that during the technical session also, we will have a Q&A, and then you go back benefited. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to please put your hands together once again for the Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Srimati Mercy Epau. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all the information that you provided us with, that we were looking forward to, and we're also looking forward to hearing from you in the technical session for all the more details. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that our guest of eminence make the address for the gathering. May I kindly request our guest of eminence, Shri Gokulananda Malik, Honorable Minister, State in Charge, MSME Department and Fisheries and Animal Resources Development Department, Government of Odisha. Requesting everybody to please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Jai Jagannath. Good morning, everyone. It is giving immense pleasure to address the inauguration of the MSME Agro International Summit 2025, organized by the Indian Chamber of Commerce. I also congratulate the Chamber of celebration it the glorious central era, which is it is very important to me, asking about our government, what is the support of our government in MSME sector and agro sector. वर्तमान यदि देखिबा आम सरकार रे मैं समस्त को एड्रेस करि परने एथि समय बहुत अच्छी मोर दुई जण सहयोगी मंत्री कृष्ण भाई संपत भाई मंचर उपस्थित समस्त अतिथिवृंद मो सामने बसी समस्त एंटरप्रेन्योर बंधु माने मीडिया बंधु माने आज निश्चित भाव में आम एक सौभाग्यर कथा जे यही जो भव्य दिव्य आयोजन करा जाइछि एंटरप्रेन्योर मानकु एम्पावर करिबा पाई तांकु सुदृढ़ करिबा पाई एवं तांकर मनोबल को मध्य बढ़ाइबा पाई। तेणु जो इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स रो समस्त बंधु मानकु मु धन्यवाद दउछि, साधुवाद दउछि। आज जे देखिबा समस्त एबे समस्ते कहि सालेणी आम पई कहिबा पई मध्य किछि छाड़ी नाहंती। आम 3 जन मंत्री कथा होतुलो एमएसएमई सेक्टर रे आम रेडी बाबू मध्य कहि सारिचंती एवं आपण मानकर समस्त अतिथि माने प्रत्येक कथा को गुरुत्व दे कहि सारिचंती। आमे जे देखिबा वर्तमान सरकार आसिला परे आम सरकार इंडस्ट्री कथा कहतु एमएसएमई कथा कहतु आग्रो कथा कहतु बा फूड प्रोसेसिंग कथा कहतु प्रत्येक कथारे वर्तमान गुरुत्व दि जाउची एथिपाई जो प्रधानमंत्री स्वप्न रही 2047 विकसित भारत 2036 विकसित ओडिशा जदि आम एमएसएम को छाड़ा ताहले आम विकसित ओडिशा बा भारत स्वप्न देखा संभव नहीं कहीं एमएसएमई हूँ भारत अर्थनीतिर मेरुदंड जदि आर देखा प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी देखा कि रप्तानी देखा प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में एमएसएमई गुरुत्वपूर्ण रही। आज जे देखा कृषि क्षेत्र में देखा कृषि भित्तिक बा आमर जेतेक रही फूड प्रोसेसिंग आज विभिन्न जिल्ला रे फूड प्रोसेसिंग वर्तमान आमर एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्य एमएसएमई पार्क मध्य सपोर्ट करा 14टा एमएसएमई पार्क मध्य करबा पाई 100 करोड़ एबव वर्तमान आमर सरकार दे सारी 12टी जगह आर कार्य आरंभ हो जाइए। आउरी मध्य कहूथिल जे 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट यही कथा मध्य बंधु माने तांकर भाषण रे कहिसंती प्रत्येक जिल्ला रे आमर विभिन्न प्रकार प्रोडक्ट रही जेमती आपण मानकर कंधमाल हल्दी कथा कहतु कि कोरापुट कॉफी कथा कहतु बा कोरापुट मिलेट कथा कहतु प्रत्येक जगह विभिन्न प्रकार चाहिदा मध्य रही ताकू आमे केमती वैल्यू एडिशन करि परिबा सेटा होची इंपोर्टेंट कथा एवं ये जो वैल्यू एडिशन करबा पई फूड प्रोसेसिंग करबा पई वर्तमान जदि आमे देखिबा खाद्य प्रक्रियाकरण शिल्पर विकास पई ओडिशा खाद्य प्रक्रियाकरण नीति मध्य आज सरकार काम करुचंती एई नीति रे दिया जाउथिबा अनेक सुविधा मध्य सरकार आज जोगाई दउचंती नूतन खाद्य प्रक्रियाकरण उद्योग को संप्रसारण एवं आधुनिककरण करबा पई वर्तमान आपणकर प्लांट एवं मेशिनरी उपर 30% सब्सिडी वर्तमान ओडिशा गवर्नमेंट बा आम सरकार आपण मानकु सपोर्ट करुची जे सर्वाधिक देखिबा 3,50,00,000 पर्यंत मध्य प्रदान करिवार व्यवस्था रही। तेणु आज यही सब्सिडी केवल नुहे आ मध्य भिन्नक्षम एवं अलगा जो माने रही से अधिका सुविधा वर्तमान दि जाउची। इंडस्ट्रियल पछुआ जिला मानक जोटा कहती इंडस्ट्रियल एडिको इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क एवं आज देखे नुआ जदि रिफर वेहिकल मध्य भ्राम्यमाण जो वेहिकल मध्य दि जाउची जहाँकि पाखापाखि 25 लाख टंका पर्यंत रिहाती मध्य से रही। वर्तमान आपणकर कोल्ड स्टोरेज करने मध्य आज सब्सिडीर व्यवस्था करा जाउची जे केवल जे आपण मानक एठे फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग कथा चलुथिला कथा चली आम कहूँ यही दिगरे आगेबा आमर जीएम डीआईसी रेड्डी बाबू ये कहते जे आज डायरी सेक्टर में जावाई आमर सरकार मुख्यमंत्री कामधेनु योजना जोड़ा करा जाई पारिछि अधिक रु अधिक दुग्ध उत्पादन बा दुग्ध जातीय पदार्थ उत्पादन करी आमे लाभवान हो पारिबा। सेहीपरि जे देखिया फिशरी क्षेत्र में अनेक वर्तमान सुविधा ओडिशा रे रही 575 किलोमीटर कोस्टाल लाइन मध्य रही एवं सरकार तरफ मुख्यमंत्री मत्स्य कल्याण योजना एवं प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य उद्योग योजना रे अनेक व्यवस्था रही सब्सिडीर व्यवस्था मध्य रही 50% रो एवं सब्सिडी रही तादरे कोल्ड स्टोरेज रही तादरे इन्सुलेटर भ्यान रही एवं विभिन्न माछ चाष करने पोखरी खनन मध्य व्यवस्था मध्य करा जाउची। आज देखिबा यदि खाद्य प्रक्रिया शिल्प विकास निमंत मध्य भारत सरकार जेटा मैडम कहले पीएमएफएमई स्कीम रे मध्य आज अणा जाइछि सेथिरे मध्य 10 लाख पर्यंत लोन रो व्यवस्था करा जाइछि 35% पर्यंत सब्सिडीर व्यवस्था ओडिशा सरकार वर्तमान व्यवस्था करुचंती। तेणु मार्केटिंग और ब्रांडिंग पाई मध्य प्रोत्साहन रो व्यवस्था करुचंती सरकार तापाई दक्षता वृद्धि निमित्त मध्य प्रशिक्षण व्यवस्था करुचंती संपत भाई से विषय रे कहिबे दक्षता विकास मंत्री बसिचंती। कृषि एवं खाद्य प्रक्रियाकरण को एक पाद आउरी आगक नेबा पाई सरकार वर्तमान धान जो पेडी रही से कहिबे आमर कृष्ण भाई जे कृषक मान को किभली स्वावलंबी करने जे आमे धानर एमएसपी वृद्धि करा जाइछि ताकू 3100 टंका पर्यंत करा जाइछि। तेणु आ गोटे स्टार्टअप जोटा रही स्टार्टअप ओडिशा आमर रही जो ओ हब रही एथिरे मध्य नुआ एंटरप्रेन्योर मानकु आमे ट्रेनिंग दबा सहित एथिरे से मानकु आमे सपोर्ट करूचु, फाइनेंस सपोर्ट करूचु, नीड बेस असिस्टेंट मध्य सपोर्ट करूचु। तेणु अनेक कथा रही आज सरकार आपणकर डबल इंजिन सरकार अच्छी, सुजोग ही सुजोग अच्छी। सरकार चाहूँगी एमएसएमई को एवं इंडस्ट्री को आग को नेले ही जाकि आम जो स्वप्न देखीचे ओडिशा तथा भारत वर्षर अर्थनीति विकास हम एवं ग्रामांचल अर्थनीति विकास क्षेत्र में एमएसएमई भूमिका गुरुत्वपूर्ण रही। यदि देखा आम राज्य आज आपको प्रमोशन करने बर्तमान आम सरकार जे देखा जे तो स्कीम माध्यम रही क्रेडिट गारंटी स्कीम रही 10 कोटी पर्यंत आर्थिक सहायता थिला बेले सेथिरे राज्य सरकार 95% ऋण पर क्रेडिट गारंटी नौचंती। यदि आपण इंडस्ट्री जोटा क्वाल लेटर आपन को आगरो विभिन्न बैंक मैंने कहते 50-60% क्वाल लेटर नहेले ताहा लोन मिल पारिबने, किंतु आज राज्य सरकार 95% तार गारंटी नौचंदे, मात्र एंटरप्रेन्योर को 5% क्वाल लेटर देवाको पड़ुची। सेहीपरि भाव में जब देखा आउरी गोटे दुईटे मोर काम सारी बर्तमान जो रही कैपिटल लोन उपर सुध छाड़ व्यवस्था आपण मैंने समस्त जानते नहीं सारी बोधे 10 लाख टका पर्यंत ऋण उपर 100% सब्सिडी 100% सरकार वहन करुँच सुध राशि। 10 लाख रु 50 लाख टका पर्यंत ऋण उपर 75% सरकार ओडिशा सरकार आपणकर सुध राशि वहन करुँच। 50 लाख रु 1 कोटी टंका पर्यंत 50% सुध छाड़, 1 कोटी रु 3 कोटी टंका पर्यंत 25% सरकार वहन करुँच। माने आपण को एमएसएमई रे पार्क रे जगह देबे, आपण को लोन देबे, आपण को सब्सिडी देबे एवं आपण जो लोन नेबे से लोन रो सुध मध्य सरकार वहन करिवे। आठो कौन सुजोग अच्छी, तेणु ओडिशा रे सुजोग ही सुजोग आम पाखे स्कोप अनेक रही। देखा आग्रो सेक्टर आपण मानकर मु गोटे फाइनल को जीवी जे आपण जो देखिए ना ओडिशा रैंक इज फास्ट इन प्रोडक्शन ऑफ स्वीट पोटैटो इन इंडिया, द सेकंड लार्ज प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ सनफ्लावर, थर्ड लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ काजू नट एवं जैकफ्रूट एंड जिंजर, फोर्थ लार्जेस्ट शैम्पी प्रोड्यूसर एवं फोर्थ लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर मध्य रही टमाटो, फिफ्थ लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर इन रेड चिली। तेणु आम पाखे अनेक कथा ओडिशा रे रही जोटा भारत वर्षर 1 नंबर मध्य आमे प्रोडक्शन रो कैपेसिटी रखीचे। आज जदि मका देखिबा आपणकर नवरंगपुर एरिया जीवे आपणकर केवल मका 1000 हेक्टर बर्तमान मका करा जाउचे एवं ताकू जदि आमे पैकेटिंग करी माने वैल्यू एडिशन मध्य करि परिबा सेही दिगरे मध्य आज आमे स्वावलंबी हो पारिबा। तेणु आसंतु निश्चित भाव में सरकार जो विभिन्न योजना रही विभिन्न स्कीम रही आज सरकार आपण मानक आगे नापी एंटरप्रेन्योर मानक प्रथम युवक युवती मानक से ट्रेनिंग देवार व्यवस्था करुँच। ट्रेनिंग है तांको नीड बेस्ड दिया जाउची, जोटा कि तापरे से जेकोसी इंडस्ट्री करेंगे बा कौन सी कंपनी करेंगे तापाई जगार व्यवस्था रही, तापाई जो रहिबो तार सुविधार व्यवस्था जो नहीं बैंक लोन हम तार ग्यारंटी सरकार नौचंती। तेणु एवं जोटा बिक्री करिबो प्रोडक्शन पर तापाई एकता महल गंडमुंडा ठारे 184 कोटी टंकार एकता महल निर्माण करा जाउची। तेणु अनेक सुविधा वर्तमान सरकार तरफ करा जाइछि। तेणु निश्चित भाव में आपण मानकर सहयोग कामना करी जो आमर विकसित ओडिशा हम विकसित भारत हम से आपण मानकर भूमिका गुरुत्वपूर्ण रहिबो एवं समस्ते मिसी ओडिशा को एक विकसित राज्य एवं भारत को एक विकसित राष्ट्र रे परिणत करिबा पई आपण मानकर समस्तंकर सहयोग कामना करी मोर वक्तव्य शेष करछि। वंदे उत्कल जननी।
मंत्री महोदय को अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद देई आपण समस्त को मध्य धन्यवाद देबी तांको एते सुंदर स्वागत जणाई थिबारु एबे अनुरोध करिबे आपण समस्त को स्वागत करिबे श्री संपत चंद्र स्वाई ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर स्टेट इन चार्ज स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड टेक्निकल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा आज हमर गेस्ट ऑफ एमिनेंस अनुरोध करिबे जोरदार करताल सह तांको स्वागत करिबे।
जय जगन्नाथ। Honorable Minister for Food Supplies and Consumer Welfare and Science and Technology, Sri Krishna Chandra Patraji, Honorable Minister of MSME and Fisheries and Animal Resources Development, Sri Gokulanand Malik ji, Srimati Mercy Epau, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India, Sri T. Prasant Kumar Reddy ji, Director of Industries, Government of Odisha, Dr. Pradipta Mahanti ji, Chairman SNM Group and Member ICC Odisha State Council, Sri Sriram Panda ji, Convener Agri and Food Processing Committee ICC Odisha and MD Meats Mega Food Park, Sri Sujan Mahanti ji, Co-Convener Agri-Food Processing Committee, ICC Chapter Odisha, Sri Dharmaditya Patnaik ji, Senior Vice Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Sri Jyoti Prakash Pal ji, Regional Director, ICC Odisha, distinguished international and national speakers, industry leaders, respected delegates, and my dear friends and media. I am proud to be part of this important international summit focused on empowering agro-based MSMEs. I thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce and the Ministry of MSME for bringing together experts, entrepreneurs and policymakers. Odisha is proud to host this event which supports our vision of an inclusive, innovation-led and rural-focused economy. Odisha has great potential in agriculture and allied sectors with a rich natural resources, diverse agroclimatic zone and strong farming traditions. We aim to lead agro-industrial growth. The state government is committed to support MSMEs through rural entrepreneurship, agro cluster and strong value chains. We see agro MSMEs as key drivers of employment, growth and food security. I assure you that our government is working with the MSME department and other agencies to grow agro-based businesses in the state. We are building industrial parks, food zones, logistic hubs and providing skill training in agro and food processing. We are also encouraging investment from both India and other countries. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has given special focus to Odisha through Mission Purvodaya, aiming to make it the gateway to development in eastern India. Move agro industries in Odisha mean more jobs and self-reliance for our youth. Under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Mohan Charan Majhi ji, Odisha is growing fast and building investor confidence. Our single window system and Go Sweep platform simplify approvals and boost industrial development. Our government is actively implementing schemes and policies to support MSMEs. Schemes like Mudra, Sonidhi and PM Vishwakarma are encouraging new entrepreneurs. We have also proposed financial assistance for MSMEs under startup policy to increase capital support. Incentives are being offered through IPR, food processing and MSME policies. The CM SRIM scheme will reduce interest on loans for MSMEs, helping boost production, exports and jobs. The EIRP portal support online incentives for exports, the RAM scheme will improve MSME productivity and includes plans for an e-commerce platform. We are strengthening EPICOL and IDCO for ease of doing business and creating a special cell in EPICOL to support women entrepreneurship. Dedicated MSME parks for women and an industrial infrastructure development fund are also being planned. Incentives like SGST relief, power tariff waiver, and subsidiaries will support large industries under our industry policy. I request all partners, private players, and stakeholders to share new ideas and work together to support agri MSMEs. Let's turn today's talk into real and useful actions. I thank the organizer for this excellent platform and assure full support from the Industries Department in building a strong, future-ready agro-industrial ecosystem in Odisha. Together, let's empower rural businesses, strengthen value chains, and drive inclusive growth. Thank you. Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you so much, sir. As we all know, Honorable Minister envisages a Samruddh Odisha by 2036 in line with Honorable PM Modi's vision of Vikasit Bharat of 2047 by creating an industry-ready skilled workforce in Odisha, and he has been very vocal about it in multiple public meetings where he has addressed the audience. Once again, I'd like to thank Honorable Minister for joining us and for his wonderful address for all of us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time that we hear from the chief guest for the occasion, none other than Shri Krishna Chandra Patra Sir, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Food Supplies and Consumer Welfare, Science and Technology, Government of Odisha.
Jai Jagannath. Good morning, everybody. Respected Minister Sri Gokulanand Malik, Honorable Minister SMSC, SMSME Department and Fisheries and Animal Resources Development Department, Honorable Minister Sampad Charan Swain, my friend, Skill and Development, Technical Education Department and Industry. Srimati Mercy Ipao, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Sri D. Prashant Kumar Reddy, Director of Industries of Odisha. Professor B. Palamuthu, Director, National Institute of Food and Technology. Mr. Nitish Man, Deputy Director, MSME. Dr. Pradipta Mohanty, Member, ICC, Odisha State Council. Sri Sriram Panda, Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC, Odisha State Council. Sri Dharmaditya Patnaik, Senior Vice Chairman, ICC, Odisha State Council. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, print and electronic media, and my dear audience, I am happy to speak at the opening of the MSME Agro International Samiti 2025, hosted by the Indian Chamber of Commerce. I congratulate the chamber of for 100 years of great work for Indian business. This Samiti is a key platform to boost growth for small agro business in Odisha. The food processing sector has become a big part of India's economy. Thanks to smart government, our policy, it creates many jobs and has grown by 7.3% growth in each year for last 10 years, helping the economic jobs and investment. Agri-tech startups and schemes like PM Kisan Sampad Yojana are improving food processing facilities. The Odisha Food Processing Policy 2020 encourages private investment. It offers many support, builds infrastructures, provides skills, training, and promotes business clusters. The state is building food parks like one in Malipada, Khordha. Odisha aims to lead in eastern India with strong industrial growth. Under the PM FME scheme, thousands have received help through the One District One Product program for items like turmeric in Kandhamal, mango in Koraput and Dhenkanal, and millet in Keonjhar. Due to the increased MSP for paddy and other food grains under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi ji, and Chief Minister Mohan Charan Majhi ji, food production in the state is constantly growing. Besides, the Odisha government is setting up 58 cold storage units in each subdivision under the cold storage policy. Additionally, the Food Supplies and Consumer Welfare Department is developing new storage godams with a capacity of 10 lakh metric tons, which will further promote to agro business in the state. The Odisha organic policy and national programs like Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana encourages farmers to use eco-friendly methods instead of chemicals. Cold storage is also supported. These efforts aims to create a strong, green and fair agri-economy that supports long-term climate goals. Thank you, sir. ମୁଁ ଏତିକି ଆଉ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଦୀପଦ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି ଯେ ଆମର MSMEର ଫ୍ୟୁଚର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ବହୁତ ଅଧିକ ଅଛି। ଫୁଡ୍ ସପ୍ଲାଇ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟର କେବଳ ଗୋଟେ କଥା କହୁଛି, ମୁଁ ଯାଇଥିଲି ଛତିଶଗଡ଼ ମାନେ ଷ୍ଟେଟ୍ ବୁଲିବାକୁ, ସେଠି ମଧ୍ୟ ଧାନ ଚାଷ ଜୋରରେ ହେଉଛି, ବହୁତ ହେଉଛି ଧାନ ଚାଷ, ଏବଂ ସେଠି ରାଇସ୍ ମିଲ୍ ଅଛି 2600 ରାଇସ୍ ମିଲ୍, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ରାଜ୍ୟରେ କେତେ ଅଛି ରାଇସ୍ ମିଲ୍ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି? ମାତ୍ର 1400। ତା ଭିତରୁ ଛୋଟ ଛୋଟ ରାଇସ୍ ମିଲ୍ ବହୁତ କମ୍, ବହୁତ ଅଧିକ। एबे आमे अनेक जगार रबी पार्टी उठेगा बहुत असुविधा हो मु फील करुच्ची जे 400 रु 500 राइस मिल आहरी ओडिशा रे दरकार 400 रु 500 राइस मिल तेणु आपण मानक मु निवेदन करुच्ची समस्ते राइस मिल मध्य करंतु एमएसएमई ये सब्सिडी अच्छी 50% सब्सिडी अच्छी राइस मिल जदि अधिका न करा जाए ताले जेते वर्तमान पैडी आउ माने प्रोडक्ट बढ़िलानी ताकू आमे प्रोक्योरमेंट करवा आम पाखे असंभव हो पड़ो मु काली जाइली माने पूरी असुविधा थिला कौन ना सेठू धान उठी पार नथिला 17टा अन्य जिलू से मिल देलू सेठू अबिका उठा आरंभ हो 30 तारीख भितर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कही उठापी 30 तारीख भितर केमती उठा तार व्यवस्था करा जाउछि तेणु आम राज्य रे रिसेंटली यही वर्ष मुझे चाहूँगी 400 राइस मिल आपण माने प्रतिष्ठा करें यार कॉस्ट हूँ 10 कोटी 5 कोटी टंकार सब्सिडी एथे अच्छी आउ गोटे कथा हूँ राइस एते प्रोडक्ट बर्तमान हो गलानी जे राइस पाई आमे बिकापी बर्तमान असुविधा पड़ जाइछु माने एफसीआई नौ केते ना लगभग 46 लाख मेट्रिक टन अबिका धान चाउल आमठू नौ तापर आहरी 12-15 लाख मेट्रिक टन राइस आम पाखे रही आम कोट रखू तेणु इथानल प्रोजेक्ट बर्तमान ओडिशा दरकार पड़ुछि बर्तमान 4-5टी इथानल प्रोजेक्ट हो गलानी किंतु आहरी इथानल प्रोजेक्ट निहाती दरकार पड़ुछि तेणु इथानल स्कोप अच्छी ये आपण मैंने करें सफिसीयंट चाउल से अनुजाई आम जोगेदेबू कि सब्सिडाइज रेट्रे आम देबू तेणु स्कोप ही स्कोप ओडिशा रे प्रकृत में एमएसएमई टाकू जदि बढ़ा जाए ताल निश्चित भाव में ओडिशार विकास हो पार आमर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जो टार्गेट रखिंट जे 2036 सुधा आमे ओडिशा को एक विकसित राज्य हिसाब रे गढ़ी तोलू से कार्य ओडिशा बहुत भल भाव में आगे चलती ये गोटे वर्ष भितर जो स्टेप सब आम नहींचु धान रेट 3100 टଙ୍କା देलु वर्तमान कृषक बहुत खुशी अच्छे आउ नुआ नुआ चाषी बाहर धान करने धान एत प्रोडक्शन बढ़ी मत लगुच 1 कोटी लक्ष माने 1 कोटी मेट्रिक टन माने धान चाउल आम पाखे पहुँची किंतु तार माने एक्सपोर्ट स्कोप आमको करिया पड़ो गवर्नमेंट स्तर डिस्कशन चली आम चाउल को एक्सपोर्ट करने चिंता करूँ स्कोप तैयारी करा जाउछि तेणु आमर राज्य रे वर्तमान धीरे 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 सबु दिगरे खाली बिग इंडस्ट्रीज आसुता नुहे स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज बहुत स्कोप अच्छी बिग इंडस्ट्रीज पाई आपन देखंतु उत्कर्ष ओडिशा इवेंट एटी करागला जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री निजे एठिक आसिले एवं बहुत इंटरप्रेन्योर एठिक आसी पहुँचले देश विदेश एठी 17 लाख कोटी टंकार एमओ साइन है वर्तमान धीरे 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 सेटा आउ काम आरंभ होगा चली मो निज जिले में 3टी इंडस्ट्री शिलान्यास सरला से कम आगे चली तेणु बड़ इंडस्ट्री भी हम किंतु एमएसएमईटा बहुत आम इम्पोर्टाट मु गोटे उदाहरण होची आम जिले में 1 प्रोडक्ट 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट हिसाब रे आम जिलार आंब बहुत प्रोडक्ट हो ढेंकानाल जिले में एवं विशेषकर आम्रपल्ली आंबटा इतने डिमांड अच्छी से बाहर से दाम हो 150-200 टंका केजी किंतु ए वर्ष एते प्रोडक्ट है आमे ताकू 20 टंका 10 टंकार इवन अनेक जगह बिक्री है तेणु प्रोडक्शन बढ़ीगले रेट कमी जाऊँगी से जगार कौन हम ना आमे जदि फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट किसी मैंगोर ये करें ढेंकानाल ताहले निश्चित भाव में ताको भैल्यू एडेड करहब तार लाभ अधिक जो फार्मर्स माने पाइबे एवं इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जी एमएसएमई यूनिट करिवो सी भी लाभ उठे पारिबो आउ फलरे ओडिशार मध्य उन्नति हो पारिबो तेणु वन प्रोडक्ट वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो करा जायछि बहुत बढ़िया करा जायछि किंतु सेठी सेही जिल्ला रे सेही प्रोडक्ट रो आमको फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट तैयारी करिया पड़िबो न कले तार वैल्यू एडेड जो जिनसटा जो तार बेनिफिट आम पाइबा कथा कृषक पाइबा कथा पाई पारिबो नाही बोधे आज कृषक माने किसी भेटिले कहले आज्ञा आमर 40-50 टंकार कम केबे हुए नहीं आमर पल्ली आंब किंतु एथरक फास्ट टाइम 20 टंका 10 टंका भी पळे आसिला कहीं ना एते प्रोडक्शन होईछि ताकू आमे रखी पारिबो नाही पचिजिबो तेणु एक कथा मध्य चिंता करबा दरकार एमएसएमई जो माने आमे एमएसएमई माने भाग नौचे जो माने छोट छोट स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री करचंती से माने ए विषय मध्य चिंता करबा दरकार कोठी काजू फैक्ट्री हबो कोठी आंबर प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट हबो मु तो बड़ ये लागला रायगड़ा जाइतिली सेठी पंडांकर यूनिट टाକୁ देखिली से गोटे यूनिट रे 6टा आउ तांकर माने प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट चली गोटे चाउल इंडस्ट्री देखिली चाउल भी भलो फॉरेन क्वालिटी चाउल से माने ये करचंती प्रोडक्ट करचंती एवं ता सहित सहित जूस मध्य प्रोडक्ट होची देखिली जदि आमे प्रकृत रे एमएसएमई रो कार्य गोटे गोटे यूनिट रे 3टा 4टा 5टा भेराइटी कार्य करि परिबा निश्चित भाव में एटा लाभवान भी होबो एवं बहुत लोक एथरे एंगेज हो पारे आउ ओडिशार निश्चित भाव में डेभलप होबो आउ 2036 ओडिशा निश्चित भाव में विकसित राज्य हो पारिबो ए विश्वास रखी मु मोर वक्तव्य शेष करुच्ची भारत माता की जय वंदे उत्कल जननी
Anik dhanyabad sir, requesting all of you to please put your hands together once again for our chief guest, Shri Krishna Chandra Patra sir. And now ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request our ICC officials, Shri Dharmaditya Patnaik, Shri Sriram Panda, Dr. Pradipta Mahanti and Colonel Sujan Mahanti to please present mementos first to our chief guest, Shri Krishna Chandra Patra sir. Next, I'd like to request to please present the mementos to our guest of eminence, Shri Gokulananda Malik sir. Next, may I kindly request ICC officials to present the mementos to Shri Sampad Chandra Swai sir. And now I'd like to request ICC officials to please present the memento to Srimati Mercy Epau. Ma'am, requesting all of you to please put your hands together. Now requesting for memento presentation to Shri D. Prashant Kumar Reddy. Requesting all of you to please put your hands together for sir. Requesting Dr. Amuda Surabhi to please join us on the stage to receive the memento on behalf of Professor V. Palani Muthu, who joined us virtually today. And there, he's also present with us on the screen. Once again, thanking sir for joining us from miles away. Thank you so much, sir. Means a lot. Requesting all our delegates to please step forward for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together once again for such a brilliant inaugural session with such bright minds with us today. We genuinely thank them and request them to please take the seats. While I request Colonel Sujan Mahanti, co-convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC Odisha State Council and founder and advisor, Orchids and more, to please present the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks for our chief guest and the guests of eminence and all dignitaries there off the dais and couple of them on the dais. And it's a pleasure to see how the next technical session is going to take place, and we are really looking forward to a very productive and eventful situation now for the next few hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting our technical session, our first plenary session, which is themed about the international insights into agri-food processing enterprises. The session chair and moderator is Srimati Mercy Apau, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India, co-chaired by Shri Sriram Panda, Convener, Agri and Food Processing Committee, ICC Odisha State Council and Managing Director, MITS, Mega Food Park. Our speakers in the sessions are Mr. S. Mahenthiran, Director, Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry from Singapore, Dr. S. Maheshwaran, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, Dr. Shivaji Dole, Chairman, Venkateshwar Cooperative Power and Agro Processing Limited, Nashik, Mr. Alexander Bichler, Business and Marketing Lead, Ronge Family Viticulture and Fruit Farm, St. Paulton, Austria, Nguyen Kong Tam, BioWay Vietnam, External Affairs Director and Business Development Manager, Vietnam, Mr. Rajpal Singh, he's joining us in virtual mode. He's the President, Indo-German Business Development Association, IGBDA. May I kindly request our speakers to also join us on this dais now. We are shortly beginning the International Insights into Agri-Food Processing Enterprises, the theme for our first technical and plenary session for the day. Check. Attention dear ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to please take your seats inside the hall. जो लोग भी हॉल के बाहर हैं उनसे मेरी दरख्वास्त है प्लीज़ हॉल के अंदर आके अपने अपने सीट्स ले लें. I'd like to request everybody who's present outside to please join us in the hall and take your seats so that we can begin the first plenary session for the day. Requesting everybody to please join us back in the hall and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to request Shri Shriram Panda, Shri Jyoti Prakash Pal and Colonel Sujan Mohanty to kindly present bouquets and welcome our speakers who are present on the stage. We'd like to begin with Srimati Mercy Epau, Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Requesting Sri Panda to please proceed and welcome Mr. S. Mahinthiran, Director, Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Requesting all of you to please put your hands together as we welcome our speakers for the day. Thank you. Next, requesting Dr. S. Maheshwaran to please step forward, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya from Sri Lanka. Next, Dr. Shivaji Dole, Chairman, Venkateshwara Cooperative Power and Agro Processing Limited from Nashik. Well, taaliyan bajti rehni chahiye. I'd like to request all of you to please keep putting your hands together for our speakers who have taken all the pain of joining us here to attend this session. Next, requesting Mr. Alexander Bachelor, Business and Marketing Lead, Ronge Family Viticulture and Fruit Farm, St. Polten, Austria, to please step forward as we extend him a very warm welcome. Next, requesting Nguyen Kong Tam, Bioway Vietnam External Affairs Director and Business Development Manager, Vietnam, to please step forward as we extend an absolutely warm welcome to him, to this session and to this event here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have one more amazing round of applause for Mr. Tam. And we have Mr. Rajpal Singh with us virtually. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that we are running a little late, but I'd like to request all of you to please take your seats so that we can try and make up some time before we start the session. Requesting a moderator to kindly take it forward. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. I know you all have been sitting for a very long time, so you must be tired. But would request everyone to settle down as we have a very interesting plenary session now. International Insights into Agro Food Processing Enterprises. We have wonderful speakers lined up. Mr. S. Mahinthiram, Director, Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries from Singapore, and Dr. S. Maheshwaran, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Management, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, and Dr. Shivaji Dole, Chairman, Venkateshwara Cooperative Power and Agro Processing Limited, Nashik, and Mr. Alexander Bichler, Business and Marketing Lead, Ronge or Rong? Is it Rong? Oh, Ronge. Family Viticulture and Fruit Farm, Austria. And Nguyen Kong Tem, BioWare Vietnam External Affairs Director and Business Development Manager Vietnam, and Mr. Rajpal Singh, virtual mode. He will be joining, President Indo-German Business Development Association. So wonderful speakers lined up. They have expertise and their knowledge will be immense in supporting and also helping us understand how to move forward. So I request, first of all, Mr. S. Mahenthiram, Director, Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries, to take over. Okay. Yeah, due to the constraint of time, as we are behind with more than 1 hour, instead of introducing them, their profile will be on screen, and so kindly read their own profile there, and then we will give time to the speakers. It's up to you. Yeah.
The presentation will appear up there. Dear dignitaries, my fellow ICCI peers, my fellow speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. And it's an honor to be here on behalf of Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Actually, the Indian Chamber of Commerce and the Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce, we share a lot in common. They've just celebrated the 100th year. We've just completed our 100th year as well. And I think it's very meaningful that we collaborate on a lot of matters together, and we've been working very closely together. And thank you very much once again for having me here today so that we can present this to you. So, on behalf of the Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I'm honored to share the insights on the topic. Today's topic is about driving innovation and the cross-border market access for the agro MSMEs. Today, I'll be focusing on the key lessons and takeaways drawn from Singapore's agri-tech and SME ecosystem, and how this could offer valuable perspective for fostering innovation and enterprise growth in the agri-sector. So firstly, agro SMEs, as we all know, that they are the backbone of the rural economics in many developing countries. However, these enterprises are often underserved and face financial, technological, and infrastructural challenges. Singapore is a very small country. Quickly, very interactive. I wanted to find out how many of you have been to Singapore? With a show of hands. Okay, not many. Singapore is a very difficult country. I come from Singapore. You can't chew chewing gum over there. You can't spit anything. You throw anything on the floor, you get spined, right? So it's very controlled, and having to do business over there, there's a lot of regulations. And I want to share with you how we overcome this and how we get better at this as well through this study that we have conducted. So Singapore, while being a small and limited land resource, it has been agile and innovation-led ecosystem that supports agri-food transformation. At one point during COVID, we realized that we are not producing enough for ourselves. And how are we going to sustain in this type of pandemics? And that's when in 2019, Singapore said, we pledged this 30 by 30. So 30% of our producers has to come from locally by 2030. And that is what we're going to share and study, how we are managing to do this today. So the agro SMEs operates across the entire value chain, from cultivation to logistics and right up to retail as well. They face common pain points. What are these pain points? High cost of capital, limited access to modern agri-tech, poor infrastructure, and market fragmentation. Singapore's success lies in how it turned constraints into catalysts. Limited arable land forces it to go into innovation and vertical integration. It's not like we wanted to do this, but we were forced to do this. I would like to say that 3 key pillars that worked very well for them was the smart policies, the technological adoption, and the market access. These were the 3 key pillars that actually succeeded within the last 6 years. So having said that, we saw this happening and we said, the Singapore Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries initiated a concept paper to explore how countries with limited natural resources like Singapore can advance food sustainability. And the objective of this paper was to analyze how Singapore's agri-tech ecosystem functions in terms of institutional support, innovation, and financing. We wanted to take these learnings a step further by exploring how they could inspire practical strategies for developing nations, especially those who are working to modernize their agri-food systems. The goal was to bridge insights from Singapore with on-the-ground realities faced by the emerging economies. Finally, the papers were to recommend policies and institutional interventions that support agro MSMEs in the becoming globally competitive. So from this slide, you will see that first and foremost, innovation and technology was vital. So vertical farming was introduced to reduce the land dependency. Singapore is a very small country, and what we had to do is adopt vertical farming. How did we do this? We had to build farmlands through containers. So your 40 HCl containers were transformed into aggregation environments. We fitted out with UV lights, hydroponic systems to replicate the sun, the water conditions. So we didn't have to depend on climate. We could recreate these climates to have these producers at any time throughout the year. This eventually not only helped with our food agriculture, but also medicinal plants that were used for treatments, and they yielded high revenue for us. In addition to this, we used the IoT sensors and AI in farming and food processing boosted productivity. Strong government-led R&D institutions like A-STAR and Singapore Food Agencies, which is a government agency, drove scientific developments through these developments, not only indicated indoor vertical farming, but persuaded all the way up to the food chain. How did we do this? We studied food preservation techniques to keep our ready-to-eat meals at ambient stable temperature for up to more than a year. So it was not just at the front of how this food was being taken out from the farms, but all the way to the food preservation when it went up to the shelves of the retail outlets. Financing is another critical role that we actually focused on. The government provided access to huge amounts of innovation grants, startup fundings, and venture capital investments through the Enterprise Singapore. Enterprise Singapore is a subsidiary of the Ministry of Trade and Industry that offered huge grants to new startups. And not only that, they also put in blended financing to de-risk investments in early stages agri-tech. How did they do this? This was through the Sovereign Wealth Fund that we managed by Temasek Holdings and GICs. So we have sovereign wealth funds. They go into this R&D and to de-risk the capital investment that private entities has to put in. Support services was also another crucial role where there were strong support incubators such as the Innovate 360 and National University of Singapore, which provided mentorship, infrastructure, and business development support to early-stage agriculture startups. As for skills training, it was not only provided to startups, it was also provided to SME transiting and transforming into the digital environment. So we were not only concentrating on the startups, but we were also providing these skill sets that was required for existing companies who are trying to reform into transforming the digital environment and assisting them to grow together with this industry. The most important point that I saw, and from the speakers that we were hearing to earlier, is the market access. How do we get our how do we get our products out of India and probably get it out to the international market? I think this is the crucial role and the message that I received today, listening from the speakers earlier. So in Singapore, they came up with multiple platforms. One of these platforms, it was called SG TradeX, is one of the many digital platforms that was available to SMEs in Singapore. These platforms were launched to help streamline trade and logistics. As many know, Singapore heavily leverages on free trade agreements to enable SMEs to scale across borders, and hence these were important instruments to scale beyond our comfort zones. And these platforms was easy and they were transparent for us to use. Our lesson for developing countries is it is important to recognize that meaningful progress is innovation doesn't happen in isolation. It requires the collaboration of multiple stakeholders. In Singapore's case, you would have witnessed, we have seen how the government, educational institutes, and the industrial partners each come in as a critical role. Together, they form an integrated innovation ecosystem, a dynamic environment where policy, research, and practical application comes together. These kinds of ecosystem where government, academia, and industry are aligned are absolutely essential to drive sustainable innovation and real impact. Financing must also go beyond our traditional banks. I think we heard this earlier as well, right? Microfinancing, fintech platforms, and PPPs can be in this picture to fill up these critical gaps. I heard about the credit cards that were being issued out to the farmers, and this is one of the adoption that we should be actually seeking and taking up. Simplifying trade and export regulations helps MSMEs reach global markets faster. This point is very important to me and I hold it very dear. At the same time, having the required information transparent and readily available to the industry partners was extremely useful. I have got the case because I do a lot of import and export in Singapore as well. And I faced this, and this was very, very informative. Everything that was found on the internet, how many % tax that we had to pay, what are the different certifications that we needed to get to the different markets, actually helped us with just a few clicks to understand how we could send our products abroad. And this was very key to us. And I would urge all of you, I understood that there are some portals that are available, and I hope these portals serve the same way that it served us. Investing in entrepreneurial education was also important. Innovation was not about just introducing technology. It was about upskilling our workers. So we had a separate fund that was set aside by SG Skill Future Scheme to upskill and reskill our workers to adapt to the ever-changing environment. In public-private partnership models, the government often absorbed initial risks, while private companies brought their expertise in scalability, innovation, and operational efficiency to deliver success or products at larger scale. So during this study, we also found some challenges that we could adapt to, challenges that we noticed. There are many key areas for improvements. Many developing countries still lack digital infrastructure. Digital infrastructure is, we heard about digital 2.1 now in this industry, whereas other industries are at digital 4.0. And it is important for us to catch up and be in line with other industries, and I think this is a very important point. We have to continuously evolve and be able to adapt. And hence, I would encourage everyone to keep up with whatever is coming up, use of IoTs, AI, sensors, which I will discuss later. So there are many key areas of improvements. Many developing countries are still lacking digital infrastructure and the cold chain logistics. To begin with, these are the areas where they should be focusing on. Farmers and MSMEs owners may resist technology due to the lack of awareness, training, and trust. There has to be continuous push to adopt and create awareness on these benefits. And I think this is a chicken and egg game. We need to continuously educate, and it has to go down from the top line to understand so that everybody knows the importance of use of technology. And there could be a lot of resistance, and I personally have felt this with the companies and organizations that I have operated. But I think there needs to be a constant push to adopt this ourselves first, and then trickle down to the rest of the team within your organizations. Agri policies are often fragmented across various departments. This is also a very important point that happens globally. Especially in developing countries, as new regulations are introduced, they may conflict or overlap causing confusion or inefficiencies.
Sir, I think we have to wind it up quickly, please.
I just need 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you. In contrast, Singapore streamlined agriculture governance under Ministry of Environment, creating the Singapore Food Agencies to centralize efforts and coordinate policy, licensing and innovation funding. Building a political will is key, and hence innovation should not be viewed as a side project, but instead it should always be the core of the national agri policies, which I've seen very obviously from today's presentation. Based on the study, we identified the key recommendations to support agriculture and SME development. First, we suggest developing a national roadmap with clear goals, incentives, and KPIs for the agri enterprises. Next, let's build innovation hubs, regional clusters, or rural labs linked to universities or government agencies. Blended finances is also crucial, a mix of grants, loans, and impact investments to support businesses at different stages. On the tech front, we should encourage digital tools like e-invoicing, QR inventory tracking, and IoT sensors to manage cold chains and reduce spoilages. We also need to invest in scalable training programs to upskill both youth and traditional farmers in digital agriculture and entrepreneurship. For cross-border trades, it is very important to harmonize standards like good manufacturing practices, ISO 22000, and the food safety management system. And finally, we must continuously track progress with impact monitoring tools, ensuring policies are effectively managed and MSMEs continue to transform. Together, these steps can build a stronger and more inclusive agri-tech ecosystem. In conclusion, I am confident that agro MSMEs can serve as powerful levers for an inclusive economic growth. Singapore proves that a small country with big ideas can drive innovation in agri-food despite natural limitations. I would like to close by emphasizing that the tailored application of these insights through local champions, enabling policies, and regional collaboration can unlock the full potential of agri-MSMEs and drive inclusive tech-powered agriculture growth across multiple nations. Thank you very much.
Hello. So I think we have our next speaker. He is Dr. S. Maheshwaran. Due to time constraint, I'll say sir has been, he's from the University of Perdinia, Sri Lanka, and I think it is maybe the second visit. So we welcome sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's my pleasure and honor to be take part of ICC's another international conference. And thank you all these organizers inviting me for talk this year also. I think you know Sri Lanka and Odisha has very strong historical connections, and our king Vijay with his 700 colleagues come to Sri Lanka first time in 200 years ago. So we have very much inherited, and so we can rebuild these connections. So today in the morning, and many of the speakers were highlighting the market expansion and international business. So today I'm going to speak about how we can create market linkages and entrepreneurial opportunities for agro-based SMEs under India-Sri Lanka Free Rate Agreement and other related corporations. This is my goal, and I will be specifically addressing some of the specific conditions which are required if anyone wants to do a business in Sri Lanka. So first of all, as you know that I will be covering this whole aspect, particularly I will be highlighting this Indo-Lanka Free Rate Agreement, in short ISFTA, and Indo-Sri Lanka Economic and Technology Transfer Agreement, and then very recent India-Sri Lanka Vision and MOUs framework, which has been implemented, and still negotiations are taking place in just after this new government comes in 2023 and later. And then we'll see how we can get some ideas for bilateral agreement, the rate between Sri Lanka and India, And also, I will finally highlight few successful cases where Indian and Sri Lankan MSCs work together to create some innovative business model. First of all, I think I don't want to explain very much about Sri Lanka. You know that. So we also understand that entrepreneurship is very, very important for our country's development, and we are very much excel in tourism, government, and Ceylon tea, Ceylon cinnamons, etc. But unfortunately, Sri Lanka has very low number of entrepreneurship, which is only 2.8% of our populations are entrepreneurs, which is very low in the region. And also, the Global Innovations Index highlights that Sri Lanka is in very, very disadvantaged positions. And also, Sri Lanka is an import-driven economy. And with all this in our mind, and also look at India's situation in the regions, you know, this Global Entrepreneurship Monitor is very, very popular and reliable database which explain the India's situation, because India also should think about the entrepreneurial stand when it comes to in the global and also the particular regions. And because in India, only 6.6 adults out of 100 are entrepreneurs according to this global monitor. So we have to do a lot. So the first agreement is Indo-Sri Lanka Free Rate Agreement, which is signed in 2000, which is one of the, this is Sri Lanka's first bilateral free rate agreement, and also exemplary in South Asian regional corporations. It promotes particularly rate by reducing barriers and other restrictions. And in this agreement, there are 4,000 plus product lines were particularly identified, and also duty-free and concessionary access to Indian markets. And also the rule of origin concept applies. So I will be highlighting this concept thereafter also, because at least 30% of domestic value addition is required. And you have to ensure that you have done something in the particular product, and then that qualifies for you to export in India to Sri Lanka, so that rest of the value addition can take place there. As any other agreement, we have quota system and also the negative list, which of course you can get informations there. And it gives it gives an Indian exporters to export to Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan exporters to export Sri Lanka, particularly cinnamon and pepper and a lot of spicy items. So of course, you can import from there. And also the organic products, because now the country is doing good when it comes to the organic producers, so you can import there. And also our SMEs are motivated to meet SPS standard and ISO certificates and increase competitive pressure, because now we are increasingly importing products like onions, sugar, lentils, and more importantly sugar, sold these days, and rice. So this creates strong competitions among producers in Sri Lanka. And another agreement, which is India-Sri Lanka Economic and Technology Agreement, which is an extension of ISFTA to cover services and investment and digital infrastructure. And it's mainly focused about supporting Indian SMEs to export to Sri Lanka. And also the upgrading of product quality and efficiency, and encourage innovations and export readiness. And later, this agreement signed in 2023, which mainly talks about technology transfer and animal and husbandry, dairy products, how the Indian SMEs can support Sri Lankan SMEs in those areas. And this is very, because now these days we have very powerful, the meetings. Our president's coming here, and Prime Minister Modi is visiting Sri Lanka, and a lot of dialogues are going on in relation to bilateral agreements. And these are the key imports from India to Sri Lanka, particularly the raw material and immediate goods, which include agriculture inputs for food, beverages, spice processing. For example, onions, lentil, garlic, sugar, so rice, salt, wheat. These are the very popular items. And then agrochemical and fertilizer, agriculture machinery and tools, food processing equipments. So we are very much rely on Indian markets in those areas. And these are imports supporting, these are, key agro-based imports supporting Sri Lankan agro-based MSC under this ISFA. Particularly, this is how we understand these imports from Sri Lanka, how the salt can be used in our food processing industry, rice, onions, potatoes, for example, and tomatoes. I think the Honorable Minister was talking in the morning, because potato is, we have serious shortage in Sri Lanka. And 1 kilo of potatoes in Sri Lanka is Sri Lankan rupees 800 or sometimes 1,000 rupees. So it's a great opportunity for you to think if you are doing business in those areas. And these are the things usually as Sri Lankan export to Sri Lanka, export India. Spice and tea, herbal teas, coconut-based products, and other agricultural products. And if you look at the proportion of agricultural export and imports from India, and you could see last 5 years, India's the amount of imports from India to Sri Lanka last 5 years. So it's always increasing the pattern, and this is the proportion of different agricultural products like raw material and intermediate goods, agrochemical and fertilizer, agriculture machineries and tools, and food processing. So you could see the proportion of the values in US dollar millions that come to our country from Sri Lanka. And these are some of the comparisons with regard, because we are very much rely on this raw material and intermediate goods, like essentials, which I have highlighted before: rice, salt, sugar, tomatoes, potatoes. Those are the key areas. And there are 2 cases I have highlighted there. One is greenfield agriculture importers, mainly located in Colombo. They are specializing in Indian pulse. They import from India, and the raw material is important for food processing in Sri Lanka. They are cleverly leverage the tax tariffs, which are part of this ISFA, and also other trade agreements, and made the Indian agro products more competitive in Sri Lanka. And there are serious, we have taken some reliable information from this company, and they expanded exports to lentils, chickpeas, and stabilized supplies and price, and they have supported, production continuity and new production lines. And 50% of import value growth from 2019 to 2024, and invested in cold storage and logistics for supply chain efficiency. I think is an exemplary case. And another example is successful agro-based importers. I think Sir is here. He can elaborate more about, because we are heavily rely on agriculture technology for food processing and cultivations and many ways. This particular company, itself covers 30% of equipment market. that come from India, so which is very, very useful for Sri Lankan food processing and agriculture. So we have to thank this particular, the company. And their website is well developed, and you all can go and see what they are doing. Finally, I have a few points for you to highlight. One is there is a growing demand in essential products in Sri Lanka, particularly this rice, because the country itself cannot self-sufficient in producing rice, and also salt or lentils and other essentials. So we are heavily reliant on Sri Lanka, we are heavily reliant on India to supply the vital goods. So it is growing annually. And increasing duty-free access, now in the central level, a lot of agreements are taking place, negotiations are happening, MOUs are taking place. I think Madam Percy might explain this kind of, the national level negotiations that are taking place in between two countries. So what you can, take from you. And similarly, Sri Lankan entrepreneurs also can export 4,000 plus product line to India with a zero duty free, with a minimal payment, and make use those products as your raw material for your food processing. And these promising bilateral agreements promote value co-creation, which is very, very important. But the agreement says 30% of minimum domestic value addition is required if you want to export it. You cannot export sugar ready to, ready to have it. You export their bulk and make Sri Lankan SMEs to process or packing or whatever, and there is both side value addition happening. Therefore, I do have strategies, very, very important if anyone wants to think export India to Sri Lanka. And also the Sri Lankan government and the ministry looking for technology transfer and knowledge spillover effect when we are working within a collaborative situations. Because as I said before, Sri Lanka is seriously lacking the entrepreneurship, and we are ready to learn from Indian SMEs for industry upgrading and its functionality. So we are very much interested in studies with cost efficiency, advanced technology, high quality standards, and smooth supply chain. And the business expansions possibility and opportunities there for B2B businesses, because it is different mentality and different mindset you need to work with different partners and the joint ventures, especially in the example of agrotechs. And also, very importantly, the new government is planning several industrial zones, particularly in the northern eastern province, the former war-affected areas. And I'm also working with preparing this feasibility report. So you have a huge opportunities to invest in one of those industrial zones. And finally, the rate framework for regional fees. But I said before, now the Sri Lanka become very good neighbor to India after this new government comes. And a lot of negotiations and trade agreements are taking place. I believe this is very, very important for regional supply chain integrations, mutual growth, and also, very importantly, regional peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. S. Maheshwaran, sir. He has always been a friend of India and Sri Lanka friendship. Thank you very much, and the way how it go forward. I would request Dr. Shivaji Dole, Chairman, Venkateshwar Cooperative Power and Agro Processing, to give a talk. Sir is a person from, please sir. We have a very different personality who was with the armed forces. Now he has set up a successful cooperative society in Nasik, Maharashtra, one of our developed states, but still we can learn from his experience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, all of you. AV, please, kar rahe pehle. Thank you.
From a black cat commando to a pioneer of rural transformation through cooperative, Dr. Shivaji Rao Doyle's journey is nothing short of inspiring. In 2019, with a mission of prosperity through cooperation, he started with Venkateshwara Cooperative Power and Agro Processing Limited in Nashik, a revolutionary initiative led by ex-servicemen and farmers with slogan of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, operating across 12 states with over 1.4 lakh members. This cooperative blend discipline, sustainability, and innovation, transforming agriculture into a profitable and export-oriented industry with a farm-to-factory, a national role model through its 528-acre integrated agro farming and various agro-based processing units at Malegaon, a fully automated 25-ton cashew processing factory at Belgaum, Karnataka. His work has been recognized and appreciated by Prime Minister Modi ji in his Mann Ki Baat. Honorable Union Home and Cooperation Minister Shri Amit Shah ji visited Venkateshwara Agro Farm in January 2025, inaugurated soil, water and petrol testing laboratory.
किसानों के लिए आशीर्वाद अभी हमने यहाँ बेलगांव में वेंकटेश्वरा काजू फैक्ट्री का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक तरीके से उद्घाटन किया, जो हर रोज 24 टन काजू को प्रोसेस करेगी और 18,000 किसानों को काजू के लाभ मिल पाए।
Honored by Union Ministers and Army Chiefs, Dr. Shivaji Rao Dole has received prestigious awards, including various state, national and international awards for his outstanding contribution towards cooperative farming and agro-processing, focusing on organic and residue-free agro-product with Venkateshwara Agro-Food Products. Venkateshwara has launched the Agni Veer Armed Forces Pre-Recruitment or Young Agro Entrepreneurs Training Center, offering free training to 500 students to fulfill their dreams. Badan par vardi seene par medal aur ek salam desh ke naam. A soldier, a visionary leader, and a true son of the soil, Dr. Shivaji Rao Dole is building a new India, strengthening cooperative movement. Jai Hind.
जय जगन्नाथ। यहाँ से काफ़ी पुराना रिश्ता है। हर साल पूजा के लिए आता हूँ मैं। वेंकटेश्वरा कोऑपरेटिव पावर एंड एग्रो प्रोसेसिंग लिमिटेड, इस संस्था ने जो जर्नी चालू की है वो 19 अप्रैल 2019। इसमें पूरे देश के निवृत्त जवान और किसान हैं। आज टोटल 1.5 लाख मेंबर्स हमारे हो चुके हैं। आज इस प्रोग्राम के लिए हमारे मोहंती साहब ने यहाँ पे बड़े भाई हम मानते हैं। डिफेंस में 2 ही भाई, एक छोटा भाई है, बड़ा भाई, उन्होंने यहाँ पे आज बुलाया। बहुत अच्छा लगा क्योंकि हम महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटका 2 स्टेट में वर्क चालू किया था, बट आज आंध्रा, तमिलनाडु, तेलंगाना, केरला, गोवा, गुजरात, मध्य प्रदेश, उड़ीसा, छत्तीसगढ़ और यूपी, हम 12 स्टेट में काम चालू किया है। जीरोस की शुरुआत हुई थी, 4 लोगों से कारवा चालू किया। एक ही स्वप्न है कि इस देश के जो किसान भाई है 70 साल से अभी भी जो खेती कर रहे हैं, बट उनको वो दाम नहीं मिल पा रहा है। हमारे महाराष्ट्र विदर्भ में सबसे ज़्यादा आत्महत्या हो रही है। 70 साल से उम्मीद लगा के बैठा हुआ किसान भाई आज भी उन माल को दाम नहीं मिल पा रहा है। और जो हमारे निवृत्त जवान हैं, जो इस देश की सेवा करने के बावजूद जब निवृत्त होकर जब वापस आते हैं तो उनको सिक्योरिटी गार्ड का नौकरी करना पड़ता है, कभी कभी बैंक के सामने खड़े होना पड़ता है। क्यों? जिसके पास देश का इतना बड़ा तजुर्बा होते हुए भी वो लाचार बन के अगला जीवन बिता रहा है। इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए इस संस्था के साथ दोनों भाई मिलके ये जो 12 स्टेट में हम जो कार्य चालू किया है, इसमें आपका भी स्टेट है। ये कोऑपरेटिव है और कोऑपरेटिव के अंदर कोई किसी लालच के वजह से हम इसको आगे नहीं बढ़ा रहे हैं। सभी लोग बोल रहे हैं कि हमें अच्छा भोजन चाहिए, अच्छा खाना चाहिए, अच्छा फल फ्रूट्स चाहिए। सब चाहिए तो सही है, मगर इन किसान भाइयों के लिए कौन वेल एजुकेटेड करेगा? हम उनसे अच्छा उम्मीद तो कर रहे हैं। सभी अच्छे अच्छे ट्यूशन लगा रहे, एम.कॉम, बी.कॉम, एम.बी.ए, एल.एल.बी सबके कॉलेजेस हैं, पर किसान भाइयों के लिए अच्छा अनाज कैसे उपजाई करना चाहिए, वो रेसिड्यू फ्री होना चाहिए, वो ऑर्गेनिक होना चाहिए, ये किसान भाइयों को कौन सिखाएगा? आज इस देश के अंदर जो खेती हो रही है, जो अनाज उपजाई हो रहा है, जो फल फ्रूट्स हो रही है, पूरे के पूरे केमिकल युक्त है। किसान भाइयों अपने खेती के अंदर 15-15, 20-20 जीरो यूरिया बेमिसाल डालते जा रहे, उसका रिजल्ट अनाज के अंदर जो आ रहा है बहुत खतरनाक है। ये किसान भाइयों के लिए इस देश के अंदर पहले एग्रीकल्चर कोऑपरेटिव संस्था ने अपने खेती के अंदर किसान भाइयों को एजुकेट करने के लिए तकनीकी प्रशिक्षण चालू किया है। 24 जनवरी 2025 में इस देश में पहली बार हुआ है कि किसान भाइयों ने किसान भाइयों के लिए एक ऐसा अत्याधुनिक लैब ओपन किया है कि जिस लैब के अंदर किसान भाइयों के खेती के अंदर नत्र, स्फुरद, पालाश, लो कितना है, खेती के अंदर कितना उन्होंने खाद डालना चाहिए, यूरिया डालना चाहिए, ये पहली बार खेती में ये लैब ओपन करके किसान भाइयों को वेल एजुकेटेड करने जा रहे हैं और कर रहे हैं। आज वो भी निःशुल्क कार्य हो रहा है। बोलने के लिए बातें तो बड़ी है, कागज के ऊपर पढ़ के कोई भी बात कहेगा, मगर जब हकीकत बात आती है किसान भाइयों की, इसके बारे में किसने सोचा है? गवर्नमेंट की बहुत सारी लैब है। इससे पहले हम भी अपना सॉइल टेस्टिंग अलग अलग लैब में किया है, उसका रिपोर्ट इसके चिपका के लगा रहे, उसका रिपोर्ट उसको दे रहे। हकीकत कहां पे है? जिसके ऊपर ये देश टिका हुआ है वो किसान भाई है। उससे सब उम्मीद तो कर रहे हैं, मगर वो रोज अपना मर रहा है, रोज आत्महत्या कर रहा है, उसके तरफ कौन देख रहा है? हो सकता है मेरी आज बातें आपको बुरी लगेगी, मगर हकीकत तो यही है। महाराष्ट्र से ज्यादा ग्रो करने वाला कोई स्टेट होगा वो उड़ीसा है। यहां की हमने बहुत गहराई से स्टडी की है, बहुत गहराई से स्टडी करके हम यहां पे आए हैं। आने से पहले सोचा है आप लोग हमें सपोर्ट करोगे तो इस उड़ीसा स्टेट को डेवलप करने के महाराष्ट्र से ज्यादा स्कोप यहां पे है। किसान भाई अनाज उगा रहे हैं, आज उनको क्या अनाज में दाम मिल पा रहा है? सच में हर साल आता हूं, बाबा का दर्शन करके वापस जाता हूं, मगर देखता हूं यहां पे इतना डेवलपमेंट का स्कोप है और हम जल्द चालू करने जा रहे हैं। हमारे मंत्री महोदय जी ने अभी जो बात किया था इथेनॉल का, हम 200 KLPD 2 लाख लीटर पर डे इथेनॉल का प्रोजेक्ट हम अगले महीने महाराष्ट्र पूना में लगाने जा रहे हैं, ताकि किसान भाइयों को कॉर्न और राइस को मैक्सिमम अच्छा प्राइस मिले, इससे इथेनॉल बने और इथेनॉल को हम इस देश को सप्लाई करें। ये हमारे अमित भाई जी का ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है। जनवरी में आए, हम उनको खुलकर बात किए कि हम आगे क्या काम करने जा रहे हैं, मगर डोले साहब से अकेले से नहीं होने वाला है। यह संस्था कोऑपरेटिव जो संस्था है, सहकार से समृद्धि के तत्व पे कोऑपरेशन से कार्य चालू किया है। इसमें डोले साहब का अकेला का हित नहीं है। हम बहुत जल्द इस उड़ीसा स्टेट में कदम रखने जा रहे हैं। हमारे मेंबर्स के लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन हमने चालू किया है। इस संस्था का मेंबर्स एज ए लीगली कोई भी 1000 रुपये का मेंबरशिप लेके वो संस्था का भागीदार बन सकता है और अपने स्टेट में, अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, अपने स्टेट में विकास कर सकता है। भोजन का समय होने जा रहा है, हम ज़्यादा बात नहीं करेंगे, मगर आज हम पहली बार ये कोई बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट के बारे में स्टेट के प्रति आस्था, किसान के प्रति आस्था रख के पहली बार हमने एक कदम रखा है। और इस प्रोग्राम के लिए ये इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स ने जो हमें यहाँ पे न्योता देके बुलाया है, हम खुले दिल से बोल के जा रहे हैं। महाराष्ट्र एक विकसित स्टेट है। महाराष्ट्र में कोऑपरेटिव का आज बहुत बड़े लेवल पे कार्य हो रहा है। 556 कोऑपरेटिव महाराष्ट्र में अच्छे तरह से डेवलपमेंट करके महाराष्ट्र का नाम उन्होंने उज्जवल किया है। मगर मैं बोलता हूं कि महाराष्ट्र के धरातल पे जो कार्य हो रहा है वही कार्य इस उड़ीसा स्टेट के अंदर के एग्रोनॉमिस्ट यहाँ पे कार्य करते हैं। तो महाराष्ट्र से ज़्यादा ग्रो करने वाला ये स्टेट बहुत कम समय में किसान भाइयों के लिए बहुत बड़ा कार्य करेगा, यही बात बोलूँगा। और निवृत्त जवान और किसान भाइयों ने इस देश में ये जो कार्य किया है, इसकी गूंज इस देश के यशस्वी पंत प्रधान माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी भाई जी के पास पहुंचा है। उन्होंने 28 मई 2023 को बहुत अच्छी सी सराहना की है। जवान और किसान ने जो महाराष्ट्र में कार्य किया है उसको देखने लिए इस देश के गृह मंत्री और सहकार मंत्री माननीय अमित भाई शाह जी खुद मालेगांव अजयगढ़ यहाँ पे जो हमने 528 एकड़ खेती के अंतर इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग किया है, ताकि वहां का टेम्परेचर 40 और 50 के बीच में रहता है। वहां पे जनवरी फरवरी मार्च में पीने के लिए पानी नहीं रहता है। बंजर भूमि के अंदर जो डेवलपमेंट की है उससे बहुत सुनहरा ये स्टेट उड़ीसा है। तो बहुत जल्द हम काम चालू करने जा रहे हैं स्टेट में। इसी बात के ऊपर मैं मेरे वाणी को पूर्णविराम दे रहा हूं और बाबा के चरण में बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं कर रहा हूं कि हमें वो ताकत दे दे इस उड़ीसा स्टेट को डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए, क्योंकि निवृत्त जवान ये निस्वार्थ होते हैं, इसके दिल में कोई भी कपट नहीं होती है और ये हम स्टेट को डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए बहुत जल्द आ रहा है। जय हिंद, जय भारत। थैंक यू ऑल, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Shivaji sir. It is an inspiring story, and we are very happy that you compared the opportunities of Odisha. I think after lunch also during other sessions we will keep on discussing. Next, I would like to request Mr. Alexander Bichler. He is business and marketing lead, Rongje Family Viticulture and Fruit Farm, and also is teaching in a private university there. So, Mr. Alex, it's all to you. Thank you.
Did you know that around 80% of both Indian and Austrian farms are small and family run? And yet, one of them is known for its high quality organic products, while the other one has still a lot of room to improve. Why is that? What makes the difference? This is what we will now look at in the coming 15 minutes together. Just some quick facts about me. My name is Alexander Bichler. I'm 26 years old and I was basically brought up on a farm, so it's a family business. I went there through all possible roles from fertilizing, picking up the fruits, the harvest, and also to selling and producing the liquors and the wine that we make. I hold an MBA degree from the Seeberg-Kassel University, which is where I also lecture students now, and I have a master's from the University of Applied Sciences in Burgenland. I'm also now enrolled in the Master of Science program by the United Nations University, which will start in September. On the volunteering side, I hold multiple leadership positions within the volunteer Austrian Fire Brigade system. I am a member of the ELP Connect board of Austrian startups, and I am a Global Shapers at the World Economic Forum Global Shapers Hub in Vienna. Just a quick question, how many of you have visited Austria before? So not a lot. That's why I brought some key facts, just that you have some background on how agriculture is placed in the ecosystem there. So we have around 9 million people living in Austria, and I looked it up. It's actually at least 7 cities in India that have more people living there than in my country. We have around 48,000 square kilometers of land, but around 2/3 of it is alpine and mountainous. So this is why we are also focused on quality and not on quantity. Our capital is Vienna, which is consistently ranked as the most livable city in the world by The Economist. And we are mainly German-speaking. We are a member of the European Union. This is why there's a lot of agriculture policy coming through the European Union. And our GDP per capita is the 5th highest in the European Union. The key sectors we have are agriculture, forestry, tourism, and various high-tech industries. And there's also, especially in the agriculture sector, some hidden champions. For example, we have Agrana, which makes fruit preparations for around each 1 out of 3 yogurt worldwide. And in the machinery sector, we have Pöttinger, which is the market leader when it comes to machinery to produce hay. Now some facts about the agriculture system in Austria. We have around 155,000 farms, but mostly of them are actually quite small and family run, so the average is 19 hectares. Around 60% of the people, of the farmers in Austria, do it as a sideline business, and most of the farms also engage in different sectors such as agritourism, renewable energy, or landscape care. Not only through the European Union Common Agricultural Policy, but also through national subsidies, we have a strong governmental support for our MSME farmers. And this is also what led Austria to have the highest organic farming share of 27% in the European Union. And this doubled from 2010 only by placing the right incentives through policy. And there's also a lot of public-private partnerships in rural development going on. For example, we have the so-called LEADER program, where we bring together all the farmers, the policymakers, the communities from certain areas to create a strategic plan for the area, and then they get grant money to enforce this strategy. A lot of subsidies in Austria are tied to environmental practices, and this is also why a lot of circular farming is going on. So for example, we take the manure that's produced by pigs and cows and so on, and also use to make biogas out of it or use it on the fields as a fertilizer. We have a lot of climate and soil initiatives. So for example, we have a policy that says when you leave wildflower strips for pollinators such as bees, you will get extra money. And also if you have crop rotation on your fields to keep the soil healthy, this will also get you extra money. And this is why Austria is now the #1 in the European Union for its organic share, but also the #8 worldwide in the sustainability. When we look to the digital side, a lot has been done in Austria since COVID. There's also, with the rise of artificial intelligence and satellite and drones, a lot of precision farming tech coming in here. So local machinery rings now group up and buy satellite images, they buy the drone technology and so on to help the farmers to estimate and also know exactly where to spray the fertilizers and so on. And through this, in my region, there was a yield gain of around 30% reported. But there's also a lot of automation going on. For example, a friend of mine, he just built a new stable for cows, and it's basically fully automated. So he only has to check twice a time, but the milking, the cleaning, the feeding is all done automatically there. There's also through the European Union laws a lot of stuff going on with digital traceability, because you have to ensure that it's basically from the farm to the fork traceable where this product is from. So when you buy a cut of beef in the supermarket, you can just scan in and see where the cattle was born, where it was raised, where it was slaughtered, and so on. And especially since Corona, a lot of farmers also engage in e-commerce nowadays, and this also really helped to boost their sales. And now it's very easy, for example, when you live in the capital in Vienna, to just order organic, freshly produced regional vegetables and fruits and get them delivered to your doorstep. So what makes Austrian farms so powerful? Well, on the one side, we have a lot of rural innovation hubs that bring together businesses, consultants, and scientists in the area to demonstrate and train the farmers on new pilot technology, such as seen here in the pictures with drones. We also have projects with the European Innovation Partnership that are specialized in agriculture. And also here, the European Union directly goes out to the farms and solves the problems there by bringing in consultants and scientists. This is why nowadays, especially in these years, there's a lot of digital adaptation happening. But also, since the last couple of years, we improved a lot in education and training. So now we have colleges and universities that are specially trained only to teach in the agricultural subjects. For people like my grandpa that are working in the farm since almost 60 years now, there's also the possibility to get knowledge transfer on the newest technology and to pilot new technology by advisory services. So he just needs to go to the next Chamber of Agriculture in Austria, and he can organize and see what trainings there are and what workshops there are to get the knowledge transferred. A second pillar of why Austrian farms are so successful is actually that we believe that cooperation is very, very important as farmers. So for one example, in the dairy industry, we have Bergland Milch, which is a conglomerate of around 10,000 farmers that own this one company. And the dairy farmers that own the companies have the guaranteed milk price, and they know that they will have somebody that buys their milk for the guaranteed price. And it then gets brought to the factories where the milk then gets turned to cheese, to yogurt, and so on, which would not be possible if each farmer would do it by themselves. And what Bergland Milch will do now then is they will go and market the product under one brand, and then it's also very easily to export it and so on. And all the money that gets created by this directly falls back to the farmers that own the company. A second example is the Austrian Wine Marketing Board. I'm not sure if you know it, but in the 1980s in Austria there was a big scandal. So wine was really not seen as a very quality thing in Austria anymore. We couldn't really export it anymore. And this is what Austria thought about and came up with the solution of the Austrian Wine Marketing Board. So basically, we now have very strict rules. We now have a very high quality wine production going on. And what the Austrian Wine Marketing Board will do is they will go out globally and will then basically just advertise for wine made in Austria. And this is how small farmers that only produce a few thousand bottles of wine a year can now sell globally in most countries at an extreme premium, because also the Austrian wine is perceived as a very much high quality product again. A third example is that in my region we have the so-called Styrian pumpkin seed oil. So it's a very niche product to sell pumpkin seed oil, but the farmers got together and they said, okay, we want to have this as a protected geographical indication. And then they also said, we want to have this organic, we want to have high quality standards. And this is how Styrian pumpkin seed oil is now sold and really seen as a very high quality product in the European Union. Another success factor for our small farms is that they actually do around 50% of the sales by themselves in direct sales for the organic products. And this can be either done at the markets as seen in the picture, but it's also done a lot through agritourism, through farm gate shops, and also e-commerce as mentioned earlier. So what can we learn from the Austrian approach? I think if you have a lot of fragmented farms, it really makes sense to engage in the FBOs and to such kind of organizations where you group together, because I really think that there's strength in coming together. If you have low-tech adoption, like it used to be the case in Austria still a couple of years ago, it really makes a lot of sense to create regional innovation hubs where it can be demonstrated to see that this technology really brings advances and that one can see that it is also very easy to get trained on those kinds of things. If somebody sees sustainability as a burden, I would say actually it's a quite good idea if you have the right sellers and the right buyers to engage in sustainable farming, because you are able to sell the products at a premium. So especially with the eco certifications out there, it really makes sense. And for a lacking knowledge access, I know that there are some exchange programs going on. A friend of mine recently came to India. He's also a farmer, and it was very interesting for him to see how farming is done here, but also it was very interesting to see, obviously, for the farmers in India, how we are doing our stuff. And also I think FBOs are a very good thing here to also act as hubs where knowledge can be shared very easily. With this, I really want to thank you for your attention, and feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or via email to ask any questions later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. I think that was really nice, because we got a perspective of how a developed economy functions, how their things functions. We have an announcement. Our Madam Mercy Epau, she has a flight to catch. Unfortunately, the event got delayed because of some other thing. So I think she has to go, but I think we will listen 2 minutes from her as a talk, and after that a small felicitation to her, and I think that will go. Thank you, ma'am. Please, just.
Yeah, I apologize for leaving in between the session. I wish I can hear our friend from Vietnam and also have a Q&A session with you all, but I have a flight to catch, and because we started the session an hour late also, so please excuse me. But I think this is a very important platform, and I congratulate ICC, and also we look forward to many more engagements such as these. And whenever we meet, we want it to be a serious business, because entrepreneurs take one day off and come to listen to what the government policies are and how best to connect. Which are the agencies, or how can they access the help? That those are in your mind. The questions are in your mind, and the government is doing a lot. And if you look at all the ministries, whichever concerns you, if you look at it, I'm very sure all the gaps are addressed in some form or the other. So make the most of it, and we hope that this kind of relationship between government, industry will continue, and we hope that the ecosystem of Odisha will really catch up so that you become a champion, particularly for the eastern and the northeastern region. So my very best wishes, and thank you once again, ICC, for this beautiful platform.
Can we felicitate, please?
Requesting Pradipta sir and our other ICC officials to please join us on the stage as we present a small token of appreciation, love and warmth from ICC. Requesting our other speakers to kindly join for the picture as well.
Thank you, and I think we are grateful for ma'am for being here. I think we have Tam, who has come all the way from Vietnam. He's a friend of ours, so like, can you listen from you, Tam? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings from Vietnam. Yes, it's very honored to stand here before you today at the MSME Agro International Summit. I'd like to thank the ICC, Indian Chambers of Commerce, and the Ministries of MSMEs for inviting me to be part of this gathering of visionaries, change makers, and leaders who are shaping the futures of sustainable agriculture. The topic I'm glad to deliver today is innovating for sustainable agriculture, Vietnam experience and opportunities for collaboration with Indian agro MSMEs. In Vietnam, agriculture remains the backbone of our rural economy, employing millions and securing food industry, food safe for our country. But like India, we are navigating a delicate balancing act, increasing productivity while restoring ecological balance. The answer, we believe, lies in innovation, not just in technologies, but in mindset, in partnership, and in system thinking. At Byway Vietnam, we built an organic fertilizer ecosystem powered by a core technologies that transform organic waste into high-quality organic fertilizer in just 6 hours. This isn't simply a scientific feat. It's a new circular model that minimizes waste, regenerates soil health, and empowers farmers to produce more without relying on just chemical fertilizer. Byway Vietnam was built back 13 years before by a lady. Our technologies is from USA, developed by scientist Young Kuho and his team. Just within 6 hours, we can convert all of organic waste to become 100% organic fertilizer. We can call it super fast fermentation process. Our system is a closed system, easy to operate, and no more harmful pathogen, with a very fast speed and compact. We also have a model to transfer for the farm, for the farmers, and even for the manufacturer. This is a brief of our process. From organic waste, we go to mix it and put in a machine, and after 6 hours, we can make it become fertilizer already. It can consider the fastest way over the world at the moment, I think. This is some of our factories in Vietnam so far. Yeah, with our technologies can have to reduce environmental pollution, can have to increase the productivity and to cut the cost for the farmer. This is what innovation looks like when rooted in sustainability. And this is where our story can intertwine. Indian vibrant MSME sector and its agricultural diversity present immense opportunities for collaboration. This collaboration can be technology exchange or technology transfer. We can choose research and development. Farmer and farmer learning, peer learning network between our farming communities could amplify grassroots innovation. Sustainable supply chains, by creating cross-border value chains for organic inputs and green products, we could enable our MSME to access new markets and scale with purpose. But collaboration must begin with conversation, like the one we have in here today. If we listen more boldly, act more boldly, innovate more inclusively, we won't just save a greener agri-sector, we secure a better future for generations to come. Thank you again for the opportunity to share Vietnam's journey. I'm deeply optimistic about what we can co-create. Dhanyavad. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tam. I think we have the last speaker, who is Rajpal ji.
Yes.
Where is? I think we're delayed by an hour because of the minister. Rajpal sir, how are you?
No issue. I am very much here. I am very much here.
So, Mr. Singh is actually a very seasoned, I mean to say, industry association person. He has held various positions in various associations like FICCI, and I know he has been driving a lot of challenges, changes in India in terms of sports also, in skill development and other issues. And now he is the president of Indo-German Business Development Association. Not taking much time, I think it's to you, Rajpal sir. Kindly can we get a very short talk, because I think we are running for lunch. I think you are the last person in between. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It's good to see you, sir.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Is it okay?
Yeah, you're audible, sir. Yeah.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much, Shriramji. I will be very brief. I know, we are already too late. But I just want to introduce about what exactly IGDAB, this organization is, and what we do, and what we can, to do together. So, without getting into detail, let me start with India's agribusiness landscape. We know that we are agro-climatic, diversity, and wide range of crops and farm-based activities are going on here. MSME in agribusiness, its contribution is quite high employment and rural economy is there. But at the same time, we lack access to modern processing technology, global market, and compliance framework. Why I'm saying this, but before going into that, I just want to tell what exactly IGBDA is. It is a pan-Indian business association with over 1,600 members. And full form of IGDAB is Indo-German Business Development Association. We have MOU with 21 countries, so you must be surprising. One side it is Indo-German, the other side is 21 countries. Basically, if you see, I mean, there was a, a collaboration between Government of India and Germany for helping new entrepreneurs. And Germany got the similar program with different other countries also. So we have partners in all those countries where Germany got that partnership. And that is why we have MOU with the, 21 countries. These 21 countries include, Kazakhstan, Vietnam, Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, from Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Tunisia, South Africa, from other, country like Latin America, from Mexico, Moldova, Ukraine, Turkmenistan, other part of the world. But at the same time, I just want to highlight some of the global lessons for India in case of, although other panelists have already raised about these issues, so I don't want to, duplicate those things, but would like to highlight. Like global lesson is like Germany is, emphasized on food traceability and digital certification, which are key to export. Similarly, Vietnam and, my friend from Sri Lanka had just mentioned about, they organize small producer into the high-performing cooperatives. From Mexico and Tunisia, they focus on niche value-added products like avocado oil, dates, and olive. So these are some of the examples. So if I come for the opportunity for the Indian MSME, it is important that we must have right certification, GAP, ISO, HACCP, and of course, with the help of MSME, access global food market. This morning, Joint Secretary was very, very, candid, and the kind of information she has provided is amazing. I mean, frankly speaking, even I was not aware of many of these opportunities. So I think we must, as a, from agri-business point of view, we must access to those information and, opportunities, which are very, very important. About, MOUs, so we have MOUs with 21 countries, as I mentioned earlier, which create access to export in those countries. And of course, tech partner through trade facilitations. So that is there. Joint venture potential is also there. Allow capital light, market entry with foreign expertise. There is a global value chain enable rural units to sell their supermarket and perform, perform abroad. IGDAP would be happy to provide as a, to enable through matchmaking, training, and global. So we are into different sectors, and of course, some of our members are also from the agribusiness and related sector. About Odisha, I mean, we cannot, since other panelists have mentioned about, potentially Odisha. I would just like to say that it has a diverse crop-based and coastal line, make it ideal for integrated food parks. Mr. Shriram is heading one of the food parks, and I know, I mean, for last 10 to 12 years, the kind of work he's providing and the kind of opportunity he's providing. Mega part like MITS offer plug-and-play infrastructure for startups and global partners also. With right investment climate, Odisha can become an agri-export corridor for the East. Mr. Dole had Dr. Dole had just mentioned about this opportunities. So Odisha is a right, could be a right partner for that. The way forward, I mean, if I say, so there is an opportunity for partner globally and build locally kind of thing. And we can leverage this south to south cooperation because there are, so of course, without ignoring the developed nation like Germany and Austria and the kind of opportunities, but at the same time, at the south to south cooperation level, we have similar development level and best practice to share. So I would request, since this is a platform, we can plan something together in this. Last but not least is the third point, make India the global kitchen. Focus on quality assurance, sustainable packaging and traceability. So these are some of the things what I thought I must raise from the IGDBA side. We are there, we have, our chapters all over India. We have Eastern chapter, Western chapter, South Indian chapter. We are happy to help new entrepreneurs and our agri business experts to collaborate with us. Thank you so much, Sri Ramji. Thank you so much, ICC India and Odisha. And thank you so much to MSME, the kind of platform provided to us. It is actually, really a pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to say it's a pleasure. I think we'll conclude the session here. So my basic interest is, I think many of them are out for lunch. So the whole idea was to see we get a series of people who can speak about their story. See, successful entrepreneurs are the one who will definitely come around and start asking questions. So everybody of you, I would thank you, Tam, Sir, Doleji, Alex, everybody, Materan. You all came down here, gave us a very different perspective how business can be done. And I think the best part is lunch and networking, which is waiting for us. So let's go forward. And I think a small felicitation to the guests. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to call Pradipta sir, and I think Sujan sir is here. Yeah. Please, Pradip sir.
Sir has done my job here, I see. Requesting Pradipta sir to kindly join us on the stage. We are extremely thankful and elated that our speakers today joined us with their valuable time, experience, ideas and insights. We thank them from the bottom of our hearts, and this is just a small gesture of appreciation and love that we want to convey from ICC. Thanks to each one of you for finding time, joining us and propagating the idea of positivity, of multiplying visions and joining hands to make this conclave indeed a conclave to remember. Thank you so much. I'd like to urge all of you to please put your hands together. I understand we are less in numbers at this point, but I'm sure we can make an impact. Thank you. जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Thank you so much. So your energy was contagious on the stage today. May I kindly request all our speakers to please step forward for a group photograph along with the mementos if possible. For one last time, can we have a huge round of applause for our speakers today who were absolutely phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for adding so much spark to the plenary session. Would also like to thank Mr. Singh. Thank you so much. Even though you were not here physically, virtually, you made sure that
Sir, I think I'll take it on your behalf. Next time when I'm in Delhi, this will be yours.
That would be lovely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's going to be with me. On your behalf, I can take it. Thank you very much.
No, you yourself is, part of our organization. I would request you to, you are very much there to represent us.
Thank you, Rajpal sir.
So the memento might not reach you now, but I hope the warmth and love you have received from everybody present here reaches you. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the ICC officials for doing the needful and doing the honors, requesting everybody to kindly join us for the networking lunch. I hope we have a great second half of the day followed by lunch. Thank you once again, everybody, for your undivided attention, for your participation, and for all the positivity that you brought along with you. Thank you so much. Requesting all of you to kindly join us back in the hall by 3:15 p.m. max. We are running a little tight and would want all of you to please support us a little so that we can make sure that the schedule runs on time. Requesting everybody to please join us back by 3:15 p.m. Thank you.
An insight into the subject, and then we continue after that. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. And thank you for an opportunity to be a panelist with such esteemed audience as well as dignitaries on and off the stage. So I come from a biotechnology background. I head an incubation center where we provide biosolutions to problems, be it agro and other sectors of life sciences. So we have supported many startups who are in food tech, who are deep into agri, doing hybrid seeds as well. We are also supported startups who are working towards aqua culture, probiotics and soil probiotics. We have supported startups who are turning waste into fertilizers, and also we are looking at other aspects and what we provide to startups, a platform, a scientific and technology-based platform lab to utilize, and we majorly cater to early startups, which you have ideas, you come to us, we help us to create a product, and then from there we associate with other sectoral stakeholder partners to take them to the next stage. Now I understand this is a platform for more mature startups and some people who are in different sectors and now want to move on to agri. So they could be aspiring startups also. So we are located at Niladri Vihar, just behind Utkal Hospital. So if our main institute and campus is in front of Shuryan's Hotel next to Kalinga Hospital, Institute of Life Science, where our main focus is also on marine biotechnology as well as plant biotechnology. So we have a lot of experts in these areas. If anyone want to cater, need such kind of help, we are most welcome to step into our incubation center and we can take it from there. All right. Other than that, I think Odisha, in terms of Odisha, it has been a growing ecosystem. People who have not, were not able to start agri-businesses 10 years ago are able to start and achieve things in 3-4 years now. So the time has shortened for fruitification. That's what is my opinion. But of course, it's not devoid of challenges. And I'm sure all the panelists are here who would speak on different challenges that agro businesses are facing in Odisha and how all the stakeholders sitting in this dais today can come together to overcome this. And we would want to hear from you, what are the major challenges that our intervention in terms of government, in terms of technology development, in terms of market connects, in terms of networking and reaching to the ground level through FPOs can be handled. With this, I will let you move it to you. Thank you.
I think we have tried to see that two sessions are together. So we'll have some speakers also, and also we'll go one by one. So I think we'll like to start with Dr. Ambusudharabai sir, so who is also designation Professor Head in Department of Food Business Management, NIFTM. Sir, please.
Shall I address straight away or need some?
Yeah, podium. You have presentations? Or?
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I'm Amadou Sarabi. I am a professor and head the Department of Food Business Management in the National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Tanjavur. So prominently known as NIFTM Tanjavur. So this institute is under the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. There are two institutes, NIFTMs. One is in Kundli, Haryana, and another one is in Tanjavur, Tamil Nadu. So our institute is a 50-year-old institute and started as a small laboratory for paddy quality testing. Now it has emerged as an institute of national importance, and we have facilities like R&D, testing, incubation and all. So we offer academic programs, BTech, MTech and PhD in food technology. And in postgraduate and PhD levels, we have diversified other subjects like food process engineering, food technology, food science and technology, food business management, and food safety, quality assurance. They're all diversified and emerging field. So as you know, the food processing sector is a growing sector, and we can't say grow, it's a grown sector. So in the global ranking, India is in the 5th position. And India contributes around, the sector contributes around 7.7% of GVA in the manufacturing, and it's very rapidly growing because we started very late. The processing sector started very late, late 80s only. It started as a separate entity, and Government of India has started a ministry called Ministry of Food Processing Industries. So we are under the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and the ministry is the apex body. So it is a governing body, the whole of the sector, and funding for projects, grants, and then policy making. So there are two ministries involved in this governing the food processing. Beside the MOFI, we have Health Ministry, Health and what is it? Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So because that ministry has taken up the food safety aspects. So FSSAI is coming under this because sir was also asked, there is a presentation for me, and I don't know what to present exactly, because if it is a class, we have a syllabus. Today we don't have a syllabus, but audience also, I don't know, it's a heterogeneous audience. But I want to deliver something which I could recall to my ability after the lunch, heavy lunch. So food processing is a very large entity. So basically it is categorized into 6 different segments. As in agriculture, how we have the cropping segment, how we have the agroclimatic segment, we have a basic classification of 6 different segments like food grains, fruits and vegetables, meat and poultry, marine, dairy, spices and condiments. So every sector has different levels of processing. So an entrepreneur or a startup or a business, so first we have to understand at what level, what is the level of the entrepreneurship, whether it is in an ideation stage, whether it is in a startup stage, whether it is in a conceptual stage, whether it is in a scale-up stage. So based on the level of the enterprise only, we can deliver the things, or we can have an interaction, or we can have the interpretation. So our institute basically deliver courses, as well as we deliver technology. We have ready-to-take technology, hundreds of ready-to technology, especially for product development, and some are for machinery development. We have some machinery concepts, and we have some business plan concepts, and we have some quality assurance packages, and we have some packaging technology, and we have some business plans like DPR preparation and all.
So first, we have to understand the segment which the enterprise is going to be and the level of processing. And any business, maybe whatever the business may be, so three important components are there. Three are obviously we need. So one is innovation or technology. So another is investment, and third is market. So these are all the three main components. One has to be clear or one has to be versed with. Otherwise, business, running a business is not possible. So technology is a core component, though technology is a core component, and technological intervention will not happen every day. So technology comes in a cycle, and today's technology will obsolete after some time. So that will go in a cycle. So second is investment. So investment plan, since the Chamber of Commerce and CCI, because you are in an association, so you have the strength to mobilize the finance, strength to mobilize the credit, strength to mobilize the grants and all. So there are different modes of investments. So as far as the NIFTAM is concerned, as far as the ministry is concerned, we have some options. Like since morning we have been discussing some schemes like PM Prime Minister Kisan Sambada Yojana and PM FME, Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Enterprises. And under the PM Kisan Sambada Yojana, we have different components. So there is a component for APC, establishing a APC, Agro Processing Cluster. There is a component for establishing an independent unit. There is a component for establishing cold chain. There is a component for establishing R&D laboratories. There is a component for establishing backward and forward integration projects. And then recently our ministry has also announced some schemes for establishing irradiation plant. So we can also establish irradiation plants end to end, A to Z. So meat and poultry, we have a different component. Marine, we have a different component. So it based on the nature of the agency, it based on the level of processing, and it based on the level of investment, and it based on the level of the business operators. So we have schemes, and one particular scheme since morning, since the associated with the MSME, we have been discussed about the PMFME, and NIFTAM Tanjavur is the nodal agency. It's a nodal agency for promoting this particular scheme. So that is not a great scheme. Hardly we can play with up to maximum of 25 to 30 lakhs projects. Any 25 to 30 lakh project we can immediately implement with this PMFME scheme. The ease of implementing this scheme is there, and very simple to access and very simple to implement. Anyone interested to take up, because since morning we have been discussing about the ODOP crops also. So ODOP, one district, one product. And of course there is, the ODOP has been removed now. So there is no concept of ODOP. So any district can take up any crop and any processing unit. So this is with regard to the investments. And then technology, we have incubation center, and in the past 5 years, we can say around 250 startups we have promoted from the NIFTMT. And we have facilities, almost all the facilities for processing. We have pilot scale plants. So we can provide hands-on training to entrepreneurs. We can provide any type of skill development. And we provide consultancy to new entrepreneurs or existing entrepreneurs for upgrading the process, upgrading the technology, upgrading the quality and all. And we also working as a certification body. We have NABL accredited lab, we have FSSA reference lab, and we have a referral lab, and APIDA accredited lab. We have so many other credentials to play a role with the food processing industry. And then market is so important, and without ascertaining market, and without ascertaining the consumer segments, and without ascertaining the standards, safety standards, quality regulations and all, so establishing a unit will become useless. So these are all the three major components where NIFTAM's intervention and the role is vital in these all the three areas. And certain services, because since I don't have a PPT in specific, so if you go through our website, and there are some useful content for startups, MSME startups. And morning, our Joint Secretary, while addressing, when she was telling up to 500 crores limit is still an MSME. So there is no limit for MSME's boundary. And if you get into our website, we have a tab, the scheme tab. So if you get into the scheme tab, we have uploaded around 400 DPRs are there. So open access. You can freely access the DPRs for different projects. And we have uploaded so many technical videos, we have technical reports and PPTs and all. So with this brief outline about our organization and services, so I will stop my lecture, and if questions arises from the audience, an interaction would be better, clarifying the things in this topic. Fine, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So basically, it was an overview of what NIFTM has been doing, and we have a person who is head of a very important division of NIFTM with you. So we'll give much time to question answer. So I'll request all my panelists to keep it little short. We will have a 5-6 minutes of session for each. Then I think the most interesting thing would be the Q&A. So let's give little more time to the Q&A and focus on our work next. Next we have a young entrepreneur, Mr. Shubham Acharya. He is Director of XUAV Technologies. We'll just listen from his perspective what he's doing. Let's give a clap for him.
Hello everyone. Shubham Acharya, this side Director FXUAV Technologies. First of all, thank you Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving this extreme opportunity to present our company and the product we are building. As we are discussing about agriculture 2.0, so what exactly our company bringing in with this kind of concept? First of all, I would discuss, can someone switch on this? Can someone switch? It's okay. So first of all, I will be discussing about two products of ours which we are dealing with right now. The flagship product, the one will be Seeder X. Seeder X is more about a seed ball dropping drone. And as we know that plantation in areas where inaccessible areas where people can go and do manual plantation is very difficult. And we have seen in Sambalpur, in Bargarh region, the slopes of the hills, they usually catches fire, but after that, those part of the hill become bald, and someone can't go to extinguish the fire, or they can do the manual plantation there also. And manual plantation sometimes can be very costly if we are doing it in a very inaccessible area. So drone seed ball dropping can be a very great solution, because it can reach the inaccessible area very easily and drop the seed balls very precisely. So, and second thing, I want everyone to raise hands, those who know what a seed ball is actually. I think everyone must be knowing about seed balls. I think, okay, let me speak something about the seed balls actually. These are seeds which are coated with clay and nutrients, and what happens when we drop these seed balls on the ground, after 2-3 rains, it automatically germinates. The whole idea is that we want to protect the seeds from animals, birds. That's the whole concept. And after 2-3 rains, the nutrients we have provided inside the manures they provide the help the seed to germinate, the root enhancing hormones or hydrogel what we are presently adding. So there are a lot of bald hills in Odisha itself as well as in other states, and we are targeting to have due to plantation in those areas. So it's a mandatory thing in the overburden region, in the mines particularly. Wherever there is a mines, they have an overburden region, the dump yard. For the top, whatever top layer they remove, they used to dump in the overburden region. And if you see the Indian Bureau of Mines, they have mandated that thing, that they need to do the plantation compulsorily. So what they need to do, they need to have a grass bed first of all, After that, they can do plantation for bigger plants, right? Fruiting plants maybe, or forest plants. So for grass also, what our drone can do, it can disperse grass seeds everywhere in easily 1 or 2 rains. It will, you can see the effect in 3 to 4 weeks. I'm not going deep because we are running short of time. So I will directly switch to the next new thing what we are building right now. I think everyone must have seen agricultural drone, spraying drone somewhere in the life, right? So we have seen this kind of drones are really big drones, right? Carrying some around 20 to 50 kg or 80 kg, depending on the water capacity of the drones. And what these drones, presently government of India is pushing 1 lakh drones in the market. Presently there are 16,000 active drones in India, agricultural drones, and no one is monitoring who is flying this drone. If you have seen a few videos, 2 village boys, they were just trying to hang from that agricultural drone, and it fell down. So no one is monitoring. It might be very dangerous because they have huge propellers. These drones are very, very dangerous when someone untrained person is flying this kind of drones. So what we are building a pilot authentication system where it directly goes into the drone. Every pilot in India, they will receive a pilot identification card. After that, they need to tap this card on this drone, and after that, the drone gets unlocked. If they are authorized pilot to fly that kind of drone, that category of drone, they can unlock the drone and easily fly the drone. And the same data can be transmitted to a portal. I think everyone with this war time, everyone must have monitored Flight 24 radar. So we are building something like that where 5 kind of data will be transmitted to the website. One is altitude, latitude, longitude, the pilot identification number, and drone identification number, UIN. These 5 kind of data will be transmitted to the data. So whenever there is an active drone, it will pop up in the website. You can click on that and easily see. And how this is going to help, because if a police person finds or someone finds that near my farmland someone is flying a drone and that drone is not showing in my website, I can easily complain to the police that this is not an authorized drone or someone unauthorized person is flying this kind of drone. So that kind of technology is really necessary, and we are closely working with DGCA to bring this technology very soon in India. And we have a patent on this also in Indian patent right now. And speaking about that, I want to conclude my talk, and thank you Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving wonderful opportunity to speak. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shubham. I think we can open to more questions once we go forward. Now I'd like to request Sri Kamlesh Mishra ji to just give a brief. You can sit and talk also, sir. Yeah. To keep it, then we'll have more questions. He is a powerhouse of a lot of information, so I think we'll try to see that he just gives us a brief, then we'll go forward.
Other than the constraints of the time, the overshooting of the time, we are all quite used to having a nap after the lunch. That's why we are Uriyas and we love to have a nap, and our shops are usually closed in the afternoon because we take a nap and we go back to our houses. We take the lunch, we take a beautiful nap again in the evening around 6 o'clock. We come back and open the shop, and that's the time when the non-Uriyas from outside Orissa, they do the business. So anyway, I don't want to commit between the food and the sleep and the time and the constraints and all that. And before I start, I'd love to play a video that the company that I represent. It is a video of insects.
Insects have forever played an essential role as the biological foundation of our ecosystem. Without these unsung heroes, the world as we know it would not exist. The global protein shortage and the amount of food we waste are huge challenges we face. Yet the solution is found in the smallest form: the black soldier fly. These little insects are the perfect example of circularity. They have an insatiable appetite for organic waste, and their larvae are a natural source of nutrition for animals. It's a low footprint solution that turns food waste into feed, into food. We are successfully harnessing the power of insects on an industrial scale. With the largest vertical insect farm, we are showing the way, supporting Mother Nature with state-of-the-art technology, advanced science, artificial intelligence, and robotics. We are unique in our capacity and know-how to produce insect ingredients reliably, hygienically, and sustainably, and on an unprecedented scale. We are passionate about caring for the world, with the black soldier fly as a valued and ecologically sustainable solution. Join us on our exciting journey to bring the food system back in balance with nature.
So thank you very much for watching it with a little patience. The reasons for showing you this, like now, by the turn of 19th century, end of 18th century, beginning of 19th century, 20th century, end of 19th century, beginning of 20th century, the world population was around 2 billion. And today it is 8 billion. So it's grown up by 6 billion in 200 years. So you can just imagine what is the challenge that is coming in front of us. And for your information, my dear friends, we are having a very sumptuous lunch and we are feeling a little sleepy, but for your information, about 1 billion individuals are starving today. And every day. So that's the level of starving that's happening across the globe. So that is where comes the importance of food. And if we look at the industrial transformation that has happened over the years, mostly last 100 years, because that is Industry 2.0. Now, Agriculture 2.0 or Agri 2.0, which is talking about IoT and all these electronics advanced devices. But when you talk about Industry 2.0, it is the transition from steam engine to electric locomotives. But in the industry, we talk about 4.0 today. So that if you look at this 100 years that's just gone by, we are in 21st century, we have just crossed 25 years, just 1/4 of it. But the 100 years that already gone back, all developments happened in that almost. We found automobiles, all technological breakthrough that happened. And if you look at, you will find that it revolves around, the entire industrial ecosystem, it revolves around three things: roti, kapda, and makan. It is roti, not necessarily that comes to our plate. It is agriculture, agro-based industry, industry that facilitates the growth of agriculture. Fertilizers, chemicals, instruments, machines, machineries, everything that is centering around roti. Similarly, kapda and makan, you all know, and all machineries and all that, and the facilitating industry that came in was transportation, and subsequently by almost 50 years, when we have crossed 20th century, 60 years, we got blessed with IT, information technology. And that facilitated doing business faster, getting information faster, taking decisions faster, and expediting the process of business excellence faster. Because we could realize at one stage that dheere chalne se nahi hoga. We can't go slow, we have to move faster. And we moved so fast that from 2 billion we went up to 8 billion in just 200 years. And to meet those challenges, agriculture, which is now talking about agriculture or Agri 2.0, which is more about bringing in technology, reducing the requirement of manpower. But in a state like Odisha, we have ample manpower. We have about 4.5 crore manpower, 4.5 crore manpower. So there is ample human effort available we can put in. And at the same time, we have to design a very balanced techno-human combination, so that neither we neglect the humans getting deprived of employment, nor we don't take the advantage of industrialization or the technology that is coming in to enhance the efficiency of agricultural sector. So both are essential. And this industry that I gave you the video, this is a startup from Odisha where I'm a director at the moment. That was incubated in ILS where Ma'am Nivedita was the mentor. And this is the first, I believe, to my best of my knowledge and information, really this is the first startup in Odisha which has got an Israeli funding of 100 crores. And when we talk about Israel funding, you understand the technological excellence Israel has achieved by now. So when they understood the technology, when they found it, and they could realize that this is the next in thing. And there is a huge requirement because soybean is mostly used in animal feed. And for that, there is deforestation happening. But this larvae that you saw, this small tiny larvae of a fly called black soldier fly, is a substitute for soybean as well as fish meal, which can be added to the feed of either poultry or fish or shrimp or the pet animals. So it can substitute soybean as well as fish meal. Fish is also depleting for the sea because of merciless fishing that is happening. We go for bottom trawling and we take even the juveniles. So juvenile is getting killed, so fish hardly gets the time to grow up. So we are, in fact, with conscious or subconscious or unconscious way, destroying things. So it is high time to realize that what destructions we have done or our forefathers have done or our seniors, elders have done, and we should be very, very conscious in terms of reversing this destruction that is happening. And this is what needs to be infused into the kids who are coming up now, that this is what is the crime your seniors, your elders have done. Forgive us for that, excuse us for that, but be very, very concerned about the future of the planet so that you survive, the generation survive, and at least there will be something to feel great about. So with that little note, I wish, having 10 different climatic zones in Odisha, Odisha is a true potential place for agriculture to excel. It's time. We have listened to so many speakers throughout the day, and let's take the step forward, maybe a small step, which will manifest in terms of a big turnaround by the time we reach 2036, which we say that now it will be the Renaissance of Odisha or completing 100 years. And by that time, we can really transform the agricultural sector. That will be a great thing that will be happening for Odisha. Thank you very much for representing.
Thank you, sir. I think, as usual, Professor, he has two hats. He's also an academician and also an industrialist. So it's always a pleasure to listen to him. We have Kamalakant Sahu, sir, who is the head of FIO, Federation of India Exporters. So I'll also ask sir to be brief for 4, 5, 6 minutes so that we can have more questions and we can answer the queries of entrepreneurs much more importantly. Thank you, sir.
A very good afternoon, all of you. As you know that I'm working for the 22 years in the Federation of Indian Export Organizations, which is set up by the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. Basically, our role is to create new exporters for the country, for the state, for the country. If you're talking about the exports, you know that from India is 440 billions that we are exporting. And if you are coming to the agriculture sector, it's a 52 billions we are exporting to the world. As you know that more than 200 countries, more than 257 countries in the world, and we are exporting more than 220 countries of the world. And Government of India has set a target that we have to, and 1 billion is equal to 8,500 billions. It depends on the dollar fluctuations. So we are exporting of agriculture products to the world is 52 billions. And in the same time, Government of India has set a target that we need to be export agriculture products and processed foods to the world is 1,000 billions, means 1,000 into 500 crores we have to export by 2030. That Government of India set a target for by 2030. In this 23 or 24 that we have exported maximum, we have exported marine products which 7.3 billions, rice, basmati rice we are exporting 5.84 billions, non-basmati is 4.57 billions, spices, we are the largest exporters of spices in the world, is near about 5 billions, and buffalo meat that we are exporting maximum to the world is near about 4 billions, and sugar is near about 3 billions that we have exported from India to the world. And coming to the, if you're talking about 257 countries of the world, India's contributions in GDP, in economy, just imagine 19%. It's a 19% where contribution our GDP to the world. And the same time, if you compare to the China, is only 7.3% in the world. And enter the European Union, their contribution to the world about the agriculture sectors is only 5%. Just imagine, we are the best in the world. And Government of India is focused to promote आज maximum आज agriculture sectors, process sectors. If we are talking about what are the advantage of India in food sectors and vegetable sectors, and good news that, and if you're talking about the mangoes, our contribution to the world is more than 40%. Cashew is 24%. Banana is more than 23%. And the good news is that this year, 2024 and 25, we have exported maximum bananas to the world. And Iran is our biggest consumer in banana. And this time, we have highest exported banana to Uzbekistan. And all the Gulf countries like Iran, all the Gulf, Oman, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, all the Dubai and all, they are maximum consumer of bananas, just imagine. And onion, more than 10%. And cauliflower more than 30%, and 36% is green peanuts. And these are the, also along with this also we have advantage with us, milk, tea, coffee. As you know that after the COVID, the tremendous demand has created in the world market regarding the coffee, and we have the best coffees available in our districts, Koraput district. Fruits and vegetables, these are the markets which has a tremendous. Just imagine that we are the food factory to the world. In future, India will be feeding to the world, because Government of India has realized that fruits and vegetables, these are the things which can create a bigger market in the world. And if you're talking about the thing is that whatever the production we are doing in India, maximum never 60 to 70,000 crores, we are just lost our fruits and grains, and more than fruits and grains. And if you're talking about disadvantage with Indian products, that whatever the products we are processing, the food processing sectors, our contributions is only less than 3%, and if you're talking about the US and other countries, it's about 60 to 70%. We are in the 3% only. So Government of India is focusing for the value addition and all. The same time, we are exporting 440 billions. Just imagine Vietnam and Singapore. Vietnam is exporting 500 billions, the total export. What is the advantage with them? Because they have the value-added products. They have the value-added products, and you'll get a best of the best price from the world. And recently, as you know, that Government of Odisha is focusing for the fruits and vegetables that we have exported from our Bhubaneswar. Few has taken the initiative in the customs and all to start this air cargo from Odisha. That was successful. And 4 to 5 exporters who got few registered members, that they have exported their products to Dubai or some other countries also. And so these are the future markets. If you direct export of green vegetables and all, you will not get a better price and all. Your price will be very competitive with other countries and all. So we may focus for the value addition products which can be exported, from our state. And in these sectors, two challenges are there. One thing is that how can you what are the products you are exporting? And yes, Odisha has 9 GI products. And GI products have 9 GI products, even also Odisha Rasagolla and Kala Jeera rice. These are the things which can be exported and you get a best of the best price. GI means it's a commercial tag to your products which you can get a best of the best price. You have to just explain your uniqueness of the product, and also you have to get authorized user from the IPR, intellectual property rights, so that you can sell your GI products to the world, and you'll get a best of the best price. And there is an office, CFTRI, which is in the Mysore office. Mysore, they are giving the technology. If you want a safe life of your products, they are giving 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months, or 12 months. They are giving your safe life to your products. And another challenge is coming for the packaging, good packaging. To pack these products, there is a IIP, Indian Institute of Packaging. Both the ministry, both the offices coming under the Government of India. So we can take the advantage of these offices, and we can do the value addition of our products and get the best of the best price from the international market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think what sir told is export is a good opportunity, but needs a lot of work, for which you have to also, we have NIFTM, we have CFTRI, we have other institute. So I think I will come to next speaker, Madam Dr. Bhavna Gupta. She is a very good entrepreneur and also a role model for many of the women who want to come into this field. She has gone through many challenges, but we are proud of her. Dr. Bhavna Gupta.
Thank you, Dr. Panda, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Bhavna Gupta. Professionally, since last 20 years, I've been working as a scientist in the field of biotechnology. I have a research lab at KIIT University, and we are working on different aspects of biotechnology. Some of the PhD students are working with us as well. After Kamlesh sir's talk, I think I was he transformed all of us to the sets of KBC, I'm sure. It was completely very, very powerful. And continuing to what he said, I agree that biotechnology has evolved during these 20 years a lot, and we can learn a lot through these technologies, through these techniques, and improvise the products that we have already devised or we have already in the market. For example, there are enzymes which are being involved or used in food processing industries, including bakery, which reduce the spoilage, which increase the taste, texture, nutritional value, as well as increase the shelf life of the product. So why not use those enzymes? We have products we have certain pesticide-resistant crops or pest-resistant crops which reduce the usage of pesticides. So why not use those crops? We also have enzymes that can reduce or completely degrade plastics. We have nanomaterials, we can completely eliminate microplastics. So, using these techniques and information, we started manufacturing and processing tea in our company, wherein we, process tea leaves so that we can package them into as instant tea and coffee powders, wherein you just have to add hot water, stir and serve. Everything is inclusive. And we realized that with these products, we can still evolve. We can do a lot of changes so that our products are more ethically correct. We do not add any preservatives or additives or colors and make use or actually exploit biotechnology in these products. For example, we can have enzymes which can extract or help in extraction of large molecules so that tea processing can be done very fast, so we retain the antioxidant properties of these tea leaves. We can also have certain products or molecules or proteins which can help as preservatives, so we do not have to add any preservative to these products. We increase the shelf life of the products. We also have bio-extracted natural oils so that we can increase or we can add more flavors to the tea without any addition of flavors or additives or any kind of preservatives to this. So I'm sure that with the use of emerging technologies, with the use of certain techniques, information around, we can evolve better, we can reduce burden on our planet. We can also imbibe more ethical techniques, and we can have products which do not require, which actually require only marginal investment, but actually can increase your USP exponentially. I'm sure that we evolve better, and we have products which are more usable, they are more preservative free, they are less harmful, and then you also build up a little or a better USP of your products. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. The reason I think we have a galaxy of audience is you understand the depth at which food industry operates. We have people who are into drones, we have people who are into biofertilizers, we have people who are into insectica, we have madam who's also into biotechnology. So I think next is one of my favorites, Dr. Barda Prasad Panigrai sir. He is the CEO of Incubation Center, Sri Sri University, and also a very strong mentor to many of the startups. And if person who is known to work along with startups and many, so I think sir we'll have a 5 minutes understanding about what you work do and what you do, so that we can have question answers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. So myself, Dr. Bharata Prasad, I lead the Incubation Center of Sri Sri University. Though ours is a sector agnostic incubator, but most of our incubators are into agri and food tech. So very good, interesting food processing startups we have. For example, vacuum fried chips from okra. You might have heard the chips from basically potato, but this is a startup which is making chips from okra, sweet potato, non-traditional crops. We have also startup like many are into millet-based startups. Some are also into ready-to-eat and ready-to-drink product. Okay, different type of natural drinks. So what kind of support basically we provide? We provide them the product development support. We have a food tech lab. We provide starting from the prototype development, upgrading that to MVP, then MVP to final product. We also help them in filing their patent. Most of the IP, intellectual property, whether it's most of the cases it is patent, some cases it is trademark and copyright also. And we have a legal consultation cell. So the startup who face problem in registering their legal entity or any legal compliance, some of the startups might be doing very good, but some of the compliance sometimes they skip. So we usually guide them, mentor them. And apart from that, the market linkage support wherever possible. We have also seed funding availability with us, like we have access to Startup India Seed Fund. We have also DST Seed Fund through our inclusive TBI. We have also access to some of the CSR funds. So what I mean to say that if it's a agri-based startup or it's a food tech startup, there is also good funding availability, specifically the seed fund. Apart from that, we also help the startups how to avail different fundings to make them investable. We have a very structured 14 days program where we help the entrepreneur to fine-tune their pitch deck, elevator pitch, and guide them how to pitch to different investors. So we bring the investors, and we one of our recent example, one of the startup who got 1.6 million USD funding from Meet the Draper program. Like we have in India Shark Tank, similar is the Meet the Draper program. Global Pro is a Team Draper who is a very renowned investor. So that also we support. So we would be happy if any entrepreneur would like to take any support from us, please feel free to reach out to us. And we, as I told also, we are a sector agnostic incubator. So We have also startup from health tech, a couple of 5 to 6 health tech startups we have. We have startup from fintech, edutech, and energy, clean tech, some good number of startups we have. Till now, we have supported around 140 plus startups in last 4 to 5 years of time, and with the encouragement from startups, we have been pursuing this. So with this, because of paucity of time, I am not getting in depth. So anyone has any, reach out to us, please feel free to reach out to me. My contact number, you can get it from the coordinators of ICC. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The whole idea of the program is to see that we give audience a galaxy of names and the work they do, so that whoever is serious can catch them later. So I think we have with us a stalwart in fisheries sector or in aqua sector, and also a stalwart of exports. He is a person who single-handedly had driven the fisheries sector exports of the state of Odisha. One of my favorite, Rajan sir. Yeah. Sir, please. I think he has a lot to speak, but we'll request sir for a short speak. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. While I can see the dull faces I'll offer you, well, I just want to excite you with a few words. With the spirit of India, I am Indian. Jai Jawan, Jai Kishan were the words of the late Lal Bahadur Shastri in 1965. On November 18, 2024, our Honorable Prime Minister declared Vikasit Bharat. And the proclamation was the 4 pillars. That was the deprived class, the poor class, the women empowerment, the youth, and the last but not the least, the farmers. So over the years, over the last 60 years, the one factor which has remained common is the farmers, and that indicates that agriculture and India complement each other. Agriculture is one of the backbones of the Indian economy. At no given point of time, it can be ignored or overlooked. Along with agriculture, the other things which has come up in the last few years, particularly from the year 2006, when the MSME Act was enunciated in India, the significance of MSME. If you look at the industrial production index of production, the IIP, it has been staggering. But the only sector in India which has possibly grown leaps and bounds in contributing to the Indian economy is the MSME. And if you add up both the sectors, that is the MSME and the agriculture, possibly we can coin a new word, that is the agri-entrepreneurship. So that is the gist, I think, possibly that is the gist of today's seminar. I'm not very sure, but I was asking Dr. Bharata, what is the program seminar's topic today? So I think that is the thing which has come together. Now coming back to Orissa, like we have to focus on Orissa because all the speakers have spoken so much words, including our Joint Secretary, MSME. The schemes, a lot of funds have been allocated by Government of India, a lot of schemes have been enunciated, everything you Google and you find it out. But at the end of the day, I personally feel the onus is the people who have practiced it. The people, the entrepreneurs who exist today like Mr. Sriram, or Colonel Mr. Mahanti. He's the exporter of orchid frogs, if I'm not mistaken. Sriram has put up a wonderful food park which was envisaged about, maybe it is 15 years, 20 years back, 10 years back, yeah. So look at the vision of these people, look at the intent of these people. Well, there is a very popular saying in English, you can always take the horse to the brook but never make it drink. What can government do with all these policies thrown at you? What can government do with throwing money at the bank unless the individual himself has the intent of becoming an entrepreneur? We often are critical that the government is not doing this, government is not doing it, ye wo kar diya, wo work kar diya. But remember the famous words of Mr. Abraham Lincoln, never ask what the country has done for you. Always ask yourself what you have done for the country. So if you have to be an entrepreneur, be an agricultural entrepreneur, take the first step yourself. Come to the people. Come to people like Kamlesh, who has got diversified exposure. Come to people like Mr. Kamal Saw, who is in the field for the last 22 years, having vast exposure of the international domain. Come to people like other people. Of course, Bhavna is very good at making tea. I know this variety of tea making. So familiar name, familiar faces in the trade commerce in Orissa. Come to them. Yes, we have been bestowed with the blessings of Lord Jagannath. We have 10 agroclimatic zones. We have 8 kind of beautiful soil, which has numerous products, and have a unique topography. If one side it is the entire sea running, giving impetus to the marine sector. You see the midlands, you see the highlands in the south, and you see the western line. West gives us rice and all these things. Coming to the south and middle part of Orissa, it gives us all the minor forest produce and the turmeric and the spices. Come to the eastern side, it gives us marine products. When we have a basket of agri products, what is lacking? Why aren't we coming forward to be an entrepreneur? That is only your mindset, nothing else. Everything there, 40 years back when I started my career international, there was nothing. The provisions were limited. Today, we speak about the incubation centers. We speak about the startup. Orissa, if I'm not mistaken, startup Orissa, which claims to have more than 1,081 startups, I think 130 startups belong to the agri sector, if I'm not mistaken. And to encourage them, we have a stipend system. We have product development system. We give them funds. We give them a lot of money is there. That's not the question. The question is the utility. Unless you know how to navigate through the challenges of trade commerce, I'm not coming to that, but there are. When you are an entrepreneur, you have definitely ought to face multiple challenges. And how you surmount the challenges depends on your own ability. Now coming back to the entrepreneurship, and of course Mr. Kamal Saw was obviously emphasizing on the ultimate milestone of integrating to the global thing. Even someone was speaking in the morning, I think the minister himself was highlighting the implication of a Z certification. The Z Global, the Z Gold integrates to your global standards. Even though it's not a direct sales driver, the Z certification definitely gives you a better sales prospects. So I would say any MSME who wants to streamline his production, get started, get with the certification is accepted, because ultimately whatever product you produce, you have to sell it in the market, and no better way than getting a recognition seal on your product before you release it to the market. Now sir, there's nothing more to share. Time is limited. More to share, but time is limited. That's the better way of putting it. I wish this small crowd all the best. I see a lot of youngsters here. I was definitely intrigued, Mr. Acharya, by your drone technology. This was something which was actually deliberated long years back. I had conducted, when Mr. Saurav Garg was Secretary Agriculture, sir, that time we had taken up the soil testing of the barren land just in the foothills of the mountains of Orissa. What products can be grown up, what plantation, and 2 products were identified. One is banana and the second one I don't remember. Thirdly, one of the initiatives of the current government of Orissa is putting up 58 cold storages in the 58 divisions of the districts. I am a member of that committee actually, which was formed by the current Secretary Arvind Padhi, and this facilitates one of the most important things for a perishable product, whether it is marine or the agriculture or the horticulture products, post-harvest preservation. The entire concept of the cold chain is to prevent post-harvest deterioration of the products, and if we can successfully do it, that contributes for more than 28% of the value of the original product, and that is one of the main things which can certainly multiply and double the income of the farmers in remote corners of Orissa by the last mile connectivity through cold chain provisions. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best. Have good times.
Thank you, sir. So I'm grateful to all my speakers who are excellent in their fields. So So this is what sir told. We can only give you the names, we can only give you the profiles, but extracting what you want is more important. So I think we'll open the house for questions. So this is where we want to spend some time. Even I have some questions for Doleji, but I'll keep it to myself. So I think a lot of questions, because at the end of the day, if we want to understand, we want to see how things are happening, what is happening, this is in right stage where you can ask questions. That's the reason we wanted the speakers to speak early. So I would request anybody, if they are having questions, they can start. Or even if you want, I'll be the first one to start. So I'll request, keep the question to yourself, keep it crisp and short, and even you can ask to the specific person or also to a group of person. Yes, I think we have a speaker and a questionnaire.
I hope you don't mind I start off the floor.
Yes, yes, we are happy.
My question is to Dr. Bhavana, and before I go there, I think it was fantastic hearing everybody speak. It was so inspiring. And it's good to know that, Odisha has got so much capabilities over here, and only when I came here, I can get to find out so much, right? And Dr. Bhavana, to your point where, about pesticides and all the chemicals that are being used, and there are better ways to actually capitalize on this. How ready is Odisha to start exporting internationally? Because we spoke a lot about domestic export. Are we ready for international export? And how much of these companies would you say are ready to do this?
I think too much. We already have been exporting a lot, and we have Rajin sir, we have Kamlesh sir, we have Kamal sir, and who are champions in exporting products from Orissa, not only GI tagged ones, but also a general produce of Orissa as well. So there is no stopping actually. We have a list of products that we have been exporting, be it cashew, be it mangoes, or as Kamal sir has told, we have a number of GI tag products which are ready to be exported internationally also. So I think there is no end to it.
Well, sir, I just want to add up to what Bhavna just mentioned. In 2007-8, the total exports of marine product from Orissa was 408 crores. Last year we were at 4,700 crores. If the figures are any testimony to the trade's growth, and coming back to that, Orissa had a shortcoming 5 years back. At the Paradip International Container Terminal, we didn't have the vessels. And number two was the Biju Patnaik International Airport didn't have a connectivity, direct connectivity rather, to the international destinations. Since last 2 years, we have been flying into Bangkok, Ho Chi Minh City, and Dubai, and Singapore. So now, from I think another 4 or 5 days, we'll be getting connected to Abu Dhabi directly from here. And with this, we have agri products and also vegetables like drumsticks, lady's finger, and 2-3 others. Mango from the orchards of our Deputy CM Honorable Sri Kanakvardhan Singh from Balangir. Mangoes from the Dhenkanal district by Mantri. So many other products are getting exported. That is through the air. Exporters are being constrained by a very simple factor. If someone is from the civil aviation, that till now, they are just using the belly cargo capacity of the aircraft. So when you have more passenger luggage, automatically the loadability of the other export cargo comes down. And when it comes to perishable cargo, and you are not definite of having the same aircraft carry it, so you're opening out the deterioration process. So we are in the process of reviving a 50-ton cold storage through Apicol. That's a subsidiary of Apida, and there was a small store, and get it activated, and so there is a pack room or at least a refrigerated cold store to preserve it just in the case of a layover of the cargo for the next aircraft. And one more thing, this is a fantastic figure. In 2023-24, the total number of containers from the Paradip terminal was about 12,032. Last year, it exceeded 24,000 containers. So that was the growth of containerized cargo from the Paradip International Container Terminal. And we are now trying to get a second line. Now only Mediterranean shipping line is operating. We are trying to rope in, the dialogue is on, and we are trying to rope in another liner to Paradip. Thank you.
With respect to mushroom production in the country, Odisha is number one. But its processing is very poor in our state. So for that, something should be done. With respect to medicinal value, the mushroom has maximum medicinal value, which can cure so many diseases. So for mushroom, some processing should be done in Odisha.
Sir, I think we'll take it as an input point and we'll give it to the government as part of our proceeding that the audience have come up with a suggestion that as Odisha is a mushroom consuming state and we have good volume of mushroom, so some kind of processing facility for mushroom or capacity development for mushroom related activities can be done in the state of Odisha. But I'll tell you, I could listen from various of my conversations around the state that there are few players who are interested to set up mushroom processing facilities in the state. As of now, I don't have the data, but I think that is in the pipeline. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Odisha University of Agriculture Technology, they're coming up with a Mushroom Excellence Center where they're going to facilitate all the aspects that's not been taken care of so far. So they will do that, and you can be in touch with Odisha University of Agriculture Technology, and now they're working on how to really take it to the next level. And to add on to what Rajan was telling, for your information, today Odisha is the 4th largest exporter of seafood from India.
We have audience in the back. Can you take it back to the back?
Yeah, hello. I have something to say about the farmers of Odisha. Just listed that farmers in Odisha are facing lot of challenges. Most of them like unpredictable weather conditions, and second is low access to modern technology. Third is about lack of real-time data available with the farmers. The next is inefficient market linkage. So a lot of barriers are there, which makes all the farmer community to leave either their profession or to advise their next generation not to go to farming. That is why most of the youngsters or their children, they move to the tier 1 cities or tier 2 cities to go for engineering and other professions, and leaving the farming behind. So that is why it is the time that IT or engineering and lot of technology should work directly for our farmers or agriculture, so that they get the solutions. Like whatever we are talking about today, like technology, we have to provide the solutions directly available to the farmers at our natives or at our villages. But the problem is that the villagers or the agriculture people, direct farmers, are not deprived of education or awareness or the skill and training. So that is why I think from all of you audience, is it possible to create a big IT solution for all the farmers to get the technology or get the training or awareness, so that their income is doubled or tripled, or their economy, they survive and their children get proper education, and they don't want to shift from agriculture background to something else just done in the cities. Thank you.
What I understand is, can we make agriculture a better money generating profession so that the next generation continues
Right.
with this?
Yes.
And we can see that there is a continuation of the agriculture. That is what I think I can understand from the question.
Yes.
So I think I'll give it to my audience. It's a very good question.
Your questions, am I permitted to talk in Oriya for some time?
Sure, sir.
Because I want to actually, that's the spirit of Odisha today. ଆପଣ जो प्रश्न पचार थिले आमर रिसेंटली जो हेइतिला कृषक ओडिशा 2025 तार थीम यह थिला क्लाइमेट स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग इनोवेशन टेक्नोलॉजी माने इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी तो फार्मर जहाँ भी सब ये अच्छी ए बर्तमान भी गोटे सोसाइटी कर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर स्पेशली टू हेल्प आउट फार्मर्स एंड आजिका दिन में टू गिव एडवांस नोटिस टू द क्लाइमेटिक मैंने क्लाइमेटिकल चेंजेस होची ताकू केमिति सतर्क करे फार्मर मानू तापर देयर आर लॉट ऑफ वर्क गोइंग ऑन तो सेटा गोटे जो मार्केटिंग को आसूची आपण मानकर फार्मर गोटे छोटिया दोष रोचे आज्ञा don't with due apologies and I absolutely respect the farmers because they are the backbone of the food security of the country. Kandhamal haldi, someone was mentioning it has the first GI, one of the first GI tags जोड़ा मिलता आपणकर कंधमाल रे गोटे फार्मर टू गोटे मिडल मैन गोटे टर्मरिक फिंगर किणुची आजिका दिन 50 ରୁ 60 टंकार ताकू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन माने नहीं कि ताकू प्रोसेस करी एक्सपोर्ट कला द फिनिश्ड प्रोडक्ट दाम हो 400 टंका किंतु प्राइमरी स्टेक होल्डर जी फार्मर सी केते पाउछ 50 टंका सो सी द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द फिनिश्ड प्रोडक्ट एंड द प्राइमरी स्टेक होल्डर आपको फैसिलिटेट करया पई मिनिस्टर सकाळे कहिले जे हमर एफसीआई फूड अपटेक कला पर राइस रो आबर गुडाई बैलेंस 12 लाख मिलियन टन 12 lakh tons rice रही जाउची there are a lot of takers Balangir black rice is one of the more delicate products which can sell all over India at a premium किंतु केते जण आपण माने in different part of Odisha आपण national e-marketing use करचंती जोटी you can put up जेमते जेम रो अछि सेमते गोटे आपण प्रोडक्ट जहाँ भी अवेलेबल अछि you put it on a common website where there are takers आपण मैंने मिडल मैन टू एथिपाई बिकुचंती बिकॉज आपण फाइनेंस नहीं तो आप चाष करिया पूर्वर कल्टिवेशन यू आर बोरोइंग आम मेरीन सेक्टर भी सेया होची सबु सेक्टर सेया होची द मनी इज मेड बाय द मिडल मैन हु डजंट हैव अ स्टेक एट ऑल इन दैट ट्रेड ता काम वाला फाइनेंस करियो पैसा मजूर आनियो उठे एंड कस्टमर को दबो इफ दिस सिस्टम कैन बी मॉडिफाइड विथ सम गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट फार्मर का इनकम ऑटोमेटिकली डबल हो सर आपण जोटा कहते ये जो मशरूम डॉट मशरूम कटक गोटे दुटा अनिता पात्र बोली जड़े स्त्री लोक अच्छा सी बर्तमान 7-8 लेडीज को लेकिन गोटे छोट फैक्ट्री करछंती एंड सी 3-4 थर मो पाक आसिले आई एम ट्राइंग फॉर फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज फॉर एक्सपोर्ट थ्रू एपिडा आम जड़े ओडिया ऑफिसर अच्छा सीताकांत मंडल सर ताकू धरिकी आप मशरूम एक्सपोर्ट केमती करहब से सी आसिले 3-4 थर आसिले फोटोग्राफ्स भी देते आम टाइम लगुच डेवलप करने कारण जी भी कस्टमर किणव प्रोडक्ट फैमिलियरिटी टाइम दरकार टेक्निकालिटी टाइम दरकार जेहेतु मशरूमटा सॉइल रू बाहर तार अल्फा टॉक्सिन कंटेंट केते अच्छी इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड अल्फा टॉक्सिन केते MRL रहा कथा मिनिमम रेसिड्यू लेवल ये सब गुड़ाए स्टडी अच्छी तो से वंस हो गले वंस लाइन खोली गले डेफिनेटली बहुत किसी हो पार भावुँ मैंने मो हिसाब
Sir, I think Sara Apano will take it offline. We have somebody there. Yes.
Namaste. I am Vivek Bajpayee and my company's name is RKB Product Development. I am East India's first and only integrated manufacturer of organic fertilizers. Industrially produced organic fertilizers, not gobar khata and all. I want to give an input because I have been raising this point in each and every forum and I want to raise it again. It's just a suggestion, it's not a question. Government is saying everywhere that we should promote organic. But in India, वो हम है ना बोलते हैं डंडा मारने के बगैर कोई सुनता नहीं जब तक डंडा नहीं मारा जाए तो government is saying promote organic, promote organic, promote organic, but in my opinion government is doing nothing concrete towards promotion of organic. In the first budget that Nirmala Sitharaman presented, she had assured that she is going to plan a policy wherein a certain percentage of sale, a dealer's sale, has to be an organic product, an organic input. So we assume that within 1 or 2 years, she will bring a policy that if you are selling so many tons of urea and DAP and Gromor, you will have to sell so many kgs of organic fertilizer. But after so many years, nothing has appeared after that. So I want to request you all, wherever you are, please raise my point, please forward my point, so that we really move towards organic.
We note that, sir. I think we'll put it in a point which we submit to ministry and everywhere.
Yes, please.
Where
Thank
I think we'll put it a point that promotion of organic is also something which
yes,
has come
there,
to point.
there is heavy, I am facing heavy resistance to change.
No, I understand.
Farmers who are using chemical fertilizers, they just don't want to change to organic.
That I think, sir, we'll take it on record, and I think we'll also see that some capacity building or sanitation program happens for organic
Yes,
and inorganic fertilizer consumption for farmers in various stakeholders. Right. Thank you, sir.
सर ऑर्गेनिक में केवल गोबर खतों का और सिलिकोपोस्ट
वही जो गोबर का जो ये है उसका ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर को प्रमोट करने के लिए ओडिशा एग्रीकल्चर पॉलिसी प्रोविजन है उसको ये फिर गेटिंग इनटू द फोकस आप श्री राम जी को एक दे दीजिए राइट अप थ्रू आईसीसी ही कैन पुट इट अप टू द सेक्रेटरी एग्रीकल्चर.
Good afternoon. I have two specific queries. One is of course related to what organic farming factor came in. I have organic paddy. On demand this was produced, but I don't know where to sell. Because when I go to the market, I get the same price what is for the common paddy, which is fertilizer paddy. That is one query. Second is to Dr. Mishra. Insect farming. I would request a little more insight on this subject so that in my fields I can generate those insect farming, number one. Number two, in India, what is the scope of at least financial advantage, what is the scope available? How do that insect farming is sellable and what is the arrangement for that? Thank you.
I don't need a microphone. As very rightly said by Rajan, let us not blame the government, and also let us not think about that. Now, we are still not matured in terms of accepting this organic or inorganic. The customer, when he goes to the market, invariably in the market, you will never find a customer asking whether it is an organic rice or not. And the day they start asking, the day you start getting the demand. So you said, no, as demanded I did. So I don't know who demanded and you did. If it is government demanding or there is a public opinion happening that, okay, there should be organic rice, and you do that, you have really not gone to the customer, you have not taken the customer feedback, so you will obviously face problem. So that's your question number one, which is this answer I have. So when there is a requirement from the customers, you have, let us say, 500 or 1,000 customers, or you reach out to the entire global market through internet, and you say that I have booked 100 acres of organic farm duly certified by European Union, Indian government, all the bodies, and I am doing 100 acres of paddy totally organically. Those who are interested, book it from today, 365 days after, I will deliver it to your doorstep. And you see what price you are charging. So that is value addition, because you have to reach out, lease out, online, 1 acre, and let there be 500,000 buyers who are fixed in advance.
So precisely what you are suggesting is that international market.
Yeah, you have to go backward always.
No.
Marketing is always backward. Sales is always forward. You have something, you take it and you pursue people to buy it. Marketing is you understand who is your customer, what he needs. Ask him that, can you give me an order in advance? Can you give me 10% advance?
Sir, you are not understanding the basic concept of economics here.
How
If
come?
I go for large scale farming of organic paddy,
Yeah,
and expecting the international market to accept my produce
yeah.
is not the right viable solution. On the contrary, if we have, like once the government is promoting organic farming, do we have an outlet, let's say fresh farms, there are a lot many outlets of that nature. Or one of the speakers
Sir,
has
you
mentioned.
see, I will tell you, you talked about economics and all. When a person started a career or started his business, who became the second richest man in the world or third richest man, the founder of Amazon. He started it from a garage and he thought that he's going to sell books in internet. So these cranky ideas, you never know where it will make you rich. People laughed at him that you are going to sell books in internet and you know where Amazon is today. Read the life story of Amazon.
Sir, I think we'll take this.
And second thing is now coming to, you asked about insect
farming.
You say this is an alternative which is found out. There are a lot of farmers now doing insect farming in India. But if you do it in an open system, it's not going to be viable. There was a company in South Africa which was a mega factory, but that was happening in open space and that has gone bust. But if you do it, we are having a bioreactor developed. That is climate controlled, temperature controlled, and it is closed. It is a closed environment. You put the food waste, put the neonate into that, the flies neonates, and that grows into a full-fledged larva in 7 days' time. Whereas the usual life cycle is 45 days, 42 to 45 days. So we develop it in 7 days' time. So there you get a volume. And you can, it is so designed, it can be vertically enhanced. So we call industrializing insect production. So there has to be volume. So tomorrow, suppose I approach a feed manufacturer who is manufacturing about 700 tons a day. So I need to be able to supply him that much of larvae, which is going to substitute the soybean. So volume is a very big factor when you are thinking about insect farming. And there is a market for it.
I think, sir,
Approaching the international market will be certainly a important
Yeah, international market, European market has got a very good demand for insect.
Here it will be a viable market, no doubt.
No, there is an international market for this, but if it is from single source waste, if it is multiple source of waste and you are developing that, they will not take.
So I think
single source only.
Sir, my request would be if we can take it offline.
personal.
I think
We
you
can
both,
talk after.
yes.
Yeah.
It'll be
Okay.
little, yeah. Thank you, but
Thank
I think very valid question.
Thank
I think
you.
I'm happy you both are connecting. Sir, I think, Rajan sir.
Not audible.
So the organic rice market in India is growing at the rate of 37% per annum all over India. The total projected turnover is likely to cross 600 billion. Mr. Kamal Saw was giving the total rice exports from India. So I'm talking the value of the total production of organic in India. What is the factor which is making you struggle to sell your rice? Is it the cost factor?
No, I was expecting something on this line, what you're mentioning.
I know that, sir. I could understand your question
If
right
we
from the
have a standardization of organic farming, let it be paddy as such, number one. Number two, one of the speaker mentioned about export of agriculture produce.
Yes.
So there are ministry for that. So if we have a standardization, then the farmers can go in for that particular variety, go in for that standardization and have the export model. This is what I expected, and I hope
sir,
there is
actually-
something in this line.
Sir, actually post-COVID, the health consciousness among the common man has increased tremendously. It has become a psychological factor. So health sustainability, having any product for that reason, whether it is a rice, organic rice or organic turmeric or anything for that reason, which doesn't have the use of the synthetic pesticides or whatever it is, and has a good, valid organic certification, the global market gracefully accepts it.
Sir, I think what both of you are saying is right. We'll take it offline. So now I think this will, what I understand, sir, is a valid point. I have made something, I'm not able to sell it. So what are the points? I think definitely one interesting thing which I'll definitely catch on it.
Wonder,
So,
sir, we would need your links so that we go into
sir,
one-to-one.
this is the power of ICC always. We have
Thank you.
always been an open organization. Anybody can catch us anywhere, but only thing is the front party should be serious. We are
Thank you.
always here.
Thank
That's
you
the
very
reason
much.
we have brought all the audience. You just understand their profile, what they're doing, how they're doing. And I think everybody is accessible. You have to just, because sir, what you're saying is the right thing. We have to talk so that we'll find a solution. Is there anything else? I think we have somebody in the back. Then after that, I have a question to two incubators and sir, to see that I would like to listen from them 3 issues. Because they have incubated so many companies. What are the 3 major issues which you find which should be addressed, which you find with the companies? That is what I would like to listen after this question from both the sir. Sir, please.
Hello. So I am Govinda Chandra Swai. I am co-founder of a food processing startup. I have an humble suggestion to ICC to take up with the government. While we celebrate big ticket MOUs with the big corporates, the government should also set up food processing clusters in each district of Odisha for to cater to the very tiny, small, nano food processors. That's it. That's all.
So I think that also will put it as a suggestion, but I think if you can be very specific, which area, which product, which district, that will be more helpful to the government. Thank you, sir.
I think for all the districts,
Right, sir.
all the districts should have a food processing cluster like we have LBIs, or
Right.
the TBIs. Whoever can research institutions and the universities they can set up, or private institutions can set up.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So my question to both Nivedita madam and Barda sir was, what are the issues? Because they have incubated so many companies. So I think I would not leave this opportunity, but to ask these people who have incubated, worked with so many companies, what are the 3 most important challenges which you see the companies are facing, which should be addressed? We can start with sir.
It's a very good question, in fact. So major challenges faced by, I'll come to first food tech startup, then I'll come to agri tech startups. So food tech startup, the major challenge is that the food technology. So I'm very happy that today from NIPTEM there are experts. So in fact, we also face a lots of challenge when it comes to technology. In case of Orissa, there are few experts. So like in Orissa, OUT, there are only 1 or 2 faculty members who have very rich expertise in this field. In fact, they are also alumni of NIPTEM and CFTRI. So technology is one major component. We try to bridge that as an incubator. Second challenge is the product development, product market fit. Most of the cases, what happens, the founder, the entrepreneur, he develops a product without validating in the market. Okay, whether kind of it's a ready to eat product or ready to drink product, that is another challenge. The third challenge, basically the promotion, the advertisement, the reach of the product. Specifically what happens, today's the entrepreneurs are very tech savvy. They think that, okay, I'll promote it on social media, so farmers will come to know my product will be promoted when it comes to the agri input product or agri tech product. But which does not happen. I'll give you one example. One of our incubated startup that is into drone tech. Basically drone for the agriculture farming purpose. The name of the startup is Daro Brahma. So what it does, in Orissa there are a couple of drone tech startups, but very few agri tech startups. The drone startup which are focusing the agriculture community. So the challenge is that they have to go to a farmer's field, they have to enter into the mud, into the field and fly the drone. Getting my point? Who is basically most of the tech entrepreneur, basically drone tech entrepreneur, they don't want to get into the muddy field. Getting my point? So what I mean to say that your promotion, your reach, your product should be adequately promoted. The target audience, your target audience, basically the farming community, they must know about your product or your service. Then only it will be promoted. So these are the 3-4 major challenges. Of course, The marketing is a common generic challenge. Yeah, investment is a common challenge, but these are the major challenges faced by most of our incubated startup based upon my experience. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I think I agree with Barda sir. But then to add to that, the major challenge, even if the product is developed, all right, how do you scale it? We do not have scaling GMP facilities in here. One sir has a food park, which way back in Western Orissa at Raigada, but in Bhubaneswar or Cuttack, we do not have such facility, plug and play facilities where, startups and co. I have my startups who are manufacturing their products. Even Dr. Bhavna is manufacturing its product from taking a loan license from Delhi, right? So that is a major constraint that, we do not have that kind of facility in Odisha accessible. To go and do it in some other state and come back, it is tedious, it is capital consuming, and lot of other factors. The other factor that I always have been facing, not just in agri and food, but also in pharma and other products, is the packaging. The packaging industry that is there here is not adequate enough to have a very attractive and a pocket friendly for entrepreneurs who are startups or who are in micro enterprise people that they can offer. So we have couple of companies, but they are not really offering the best to best of packagings that are needed at this kind of scenario. These two are very important limitations that are there in Odisha, which we are trying to mitigate. I think my request to ICC would be to create plug and play, exactly how sir was talking about mushroom manufacturing. So any group of people who are doing mushroom, they can come, value add and walk out. Pack it and walk out, right? If such kind of biofoundries can be formed, which I think manufacturing hub is being taken care of in the next couple of years by many of the ministries, especially DBT is really looking at plug and play areas for enzyme manufacturing, for agriculture, for biopharma and food also. So industrial biotechnology is going to be coming up, and Odisha is also taking a major role in creating manufacturing hubs in that direction. So I think these are my 2 cents and the limitations that I've observed being in this ecosystem. Thank you.
I just wanted to add one point to it. Like, we have the best of the technologies, we have the best mindset, totally inclined to do something good. We have the best SOP in place. But the major challenge what I see here, and what Mr. Kamle said, that the population has increased from 2 billion to 8 billion. Unskilled labor availability is very, very dicey now. We don't get anyone who is going to come and work in the farming land. Everyone is going to the industries. Everyone is going out to Andhra, Telangana, like to Gujarat. But the people to come and work in a farmland, it's extremely difficult to get someone. You train them, you educate them, you teach them the process, how it has to be gone about. Then to retain them also is difficult. You make the insurance for them, you give the best kind of dividends to them, you give them leave, but they don't stick. That cycle gets broken, and again you have to start from ground zero. So that's a major problem. What I can suggest is that every one of us cannot get access to the manpower, the unskilled manpowers. They get skilled on the job training is there, but where to get that pool from? If any agencies are available, if we know about it, people are there to employ them. People are there to give them good salary, but we are not getting anyone for that. So that's the major resource crunch what I have seen happening in the agri front. Thank you.
Sorry, excuse me. So adding to the points which sir and madam with respect to the promoting the startups. So startups start with one single product, always it is risk. Sustainability will be a question. So if you see the corporates, they will do a lot of research. Always they will have hundreds of products in line. Once the product is launched, it counts down will start. So as soon as it's launched, it will go for some time, and after saturation, it start decline, and in some part of the time, it depletes. So automatically, a startup will have some other option of products. And second issue, which I've been discussing, is regulatory requirement, food safety standards, regulatory requirements, and day by day, it's going very stringent. So we have been talking about the organic certification. There is a program called NPOP, we might have heard, and obviously a vendor or a farmer or a stakeholder has to register with that program. Hardly in 2 to 3 years, if you maintain the farm data, so automatically your product will be certified. Unless it is not certified organic, you can't claim as an organic. We are growing by the way of organics, but it is not tagged organic. So similarly, we have a lot of other certifications also. So GMP, GAP, and so many other certifications, more than FSSA. We need so many other certifications are existing. So everything is possible just if you go through the portal certification body. We have a FSSC, we have a FASTCAS. So under one roof, you can get all the information, guidelines, and how to get certified your products. So hereafter, you see, you can't mix sugar, we can't mix fat, we can't mix salt, and slowly, all these products are going to be banned. So we have to be very cautious in developing a new product. And these are some of the challenges, upcoming challenges. So if you understand in the early stage, so you will get through the next sessions of your steps in the startup. So thanks.
I want to add, validation of agri products is another big issue, and the time it consumes. Connecting to the field specialist or field scientist, OUAT or NRRI are there, but they are not not enough for the number of startups and entrepreneurs who are there in the field. So that has been a challenge. So if one platform can be provided for product and validation at ICC, Agro, whatever it can, that is going to be really helpful for all the startups.
I think
Startup Council of Orissa, right from the inception. The first thing I said, writing on the blackboard is much simpler than doing it on the field. The entrepreneur who jumps onto the field and practices any trade for that reason, whether it's Bhavna making tea or whether we are doing this thing. So that is you learn from your own experience. No one can teach you. Now just Sir was mentioning about the higher order of food safety. BAP from GAP, which is a derivative of GAP and other things. The Global Food Safety Initiative certification now has to comply with that. Any food safety you have to take, that has to comply. And it is very, very expensive. It is beyond the scope. It is beyond the scope of any micro, small entrepreneur to acquire a food safety certificate without spending 15 to 20 lakhs. When we are speaking about, let's say, a small entrepreneur with a capital, working capital of say 10 to 15 lakhs or up to 50 lakhs under a Mudra scheme, how can you just dedicate 15 lakhs for a food safety certificate? That is why I just spoke about Z, where 75% of the cost is being reimbursed by the government. They are encouraging you to get into the certification and to get reimbursed. We have 8 certificates, and believe me, spending almost like 60 lakhs per annum only for the food safety certification. Otherwise, no one, my USA supermarkets will not take my product. Japan will not take. So, but there is a limitation for the micro, small entrepreneurs.
My emphasis was, people are going outside and getting validated their product. Why don't we create here, whether it is biopesticides as just spoken by them. The products are coming from Odisha, but getting validated, getting certificated everywhere outside. So it takes time, energy, and the cost, as well as entrepreneurs' patience also. That is also critical. So sometimes they are always in the peak at that point of certification, right? If right support is not given there, they're bound to fall back.
Ma'am, that's my question to the senior most professor from a national institute. All food safety in the world, irrespective of the country, they are all derived from Codex Alimentarius. That is the main doctrine. Why should we have US FDA standard? Why should we have EU directives? Why should we have China quarantine? Why should we have Japanese quarantine? Why can't the Indian FSSI, which has enunciated, be globally accepted? That is my own fundamental question. Every forum I have asked this fundamental, why can't the Indian standards be acceptable globally? Why should we have a BAP? Why should we have a BRC? Why should we have a IFSC? Why should we all
We started very late, sir. FSSA in 2006 it was drafted, and 2011 only it was implemented. But hardly, yeah, it was a FSA, because even FSSA is on par with the global standards. We have international standard system only, but you know Indian conditions so diversified and unorganized and fragmented forms, and then still it is not enforced. Regulatory rules are not enforced. Still it is not mandatory. Still it is voluntary. So our country needs some time to get. Yeah, yeah.
How can you relate the food in the Mayfair Lagoon to a roadside dhaba?
Sir, I think what sir is saying, what we all conclude is this will keep on deliberating. We are on the right track. We need to see that this kind of ecosystem development happens. That's the reason we all sitting, because see, maybe not for the audience also, those who are sitting on the dais, we also need information, and we also need little bit of a motivation what's happening in the other side, because for me it's a learning experience the entire day. I learn a lot of things which I'll talk to the secretary, I'll talk to the minister, I'll talk to anybody I meet. Sir, these are the 10 things which we need. So I think thank you very much. It has been, I think this session has been much more interesting than the first session of the record, because this is the session where I could learn, could understand. We had a young boy like Subham, who is doing good job. I think all our best wishes to you, because that's where how things move on. And we have almost all senior people here. So we'll pass on the information to, we have almost like 250 registered participants for this event. So what I'll try to do is, we'll see that after this event is over, if with your due consent with each speaker, we'll try to send a brief profile of the speaker and also give the number and the email ID if you permit us, so that if somebody has a query, they can get back to you in a later stage also. I think that will be helpful to people who are not able to come out with the queries. Thank you very much. Now we'll have a felicitation for all our wonderful speakers. Can I ask? Sure. या प्लीज, आपको मना करेंगे तो देश का सिक्योरिटी खराब हो जाएगा.
हेलो.
तो हर सीजन में टेंशन ये है कि खेती करते समय जो भी हम बोते हैं, पर एकड़ में यूरिया, DAP 15-15, 20-20 कितना डालना चाहिए, हर साल टेंशन में है, हर सीज़न में टेंशन है, और जितना डालना चाहिए मालूम नहीं है, इसलिए हम बोरी भर के उठा के डाल देते हैं. खर्चा वजह प्रॉफिट माइनस में आ रहा है और फार्मर भाई लोग आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं. तो गवर्नमेंट अपने तरफ से ये इसके ऊपर हम क्या संदेश पहुंचाएंगे सरकार के पास, ताकि ये सरकार, ये इंस्टेंट होना चाहिए. पेशेंट हॉस्पिटल में जाती, डॉक्टर्स बोलते हैं कि आप पहले ब्लड रिपोर्ट निकालें, हम कहाँ पे ट्रीटमेंट करें. जब पेशेंट के लिए ये नौबत है, तो हमें हर साल 3 बार खेती करते हैं सालाना, तो खेती करते समय हर साल एक्स्ट्रा जा रहा है, यूरिया भी एक्स्ट्रा जा रहा है, बाकी खाद भी एक्स्ट्रा जा रही है, और वो एक्स्ट्रा बिना मतलब के जा रहा है. ये बोतल तो भरा हुआ है, अभी कितना भी बोतल पानी डालोगे तो एक बूंद भी अंदर नहीं जाएगी, भरा हुआ है, तो वो तो वेस्टेज है. तो अपने इस ICC की तरफ से कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा प्रावधान करके गवर्नमेंट तक संदेश पहुंचाए, ताकि किसान भाई को जो एक्स्ट्रा खर्चा जा रहा है वो बचे और वो प्रॉफिट में आ जाए. तो काफ़ी इनका मेरे पास सवाल. और दूसरा और एक सवाल है, पूछते हैं, ऑर्गेनिक बोल तो सही रहे, हम कर भी रहे, मगर अपने को सर्टिफिकेट नहीं है. बगल वाला केमिकल युक्त खेती कर रहा है, वो 50 रुपये kg टमाटर बेच रहा है, उसका खर्चा 30 रुपये आ रहा है. मैं ऑर्गेनिक खेती कर रहा हूँ, मेरा 70 रुपये खर्चा आ रहा है, और मेरे को बेचने के लिए बोल रहे हैं 50 रुपये में तेरा लेंगे. जो 30 में बेच रहा है वो 20 रुपये प्रॉफिट में है, मगर मेरा ऑर्गेनिक के लिए 20 रुपये एक्स्ट्रा खर्चा आ रहा है. 70 रुपये में मैं बना रहा हूँ, तो मुझे तो 2 रुपये एक्स्ट्रा ही चाहिए. तो ये सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं होने की वजह से अभी फार्मर लोगों का डील टूटने लगा है. बोले ऑर्गेनिक खेती करनी ही नहीं है, जो बगल वाला करता है हम वही करेंगे और वही बेचेंगे, भले वो अलग लेबल लगाएंगे, हम ऑर्गेनिक कर रहे हैं, बेवकूफ़ बना के बेचेंगे और चलते रहेंगे. तो ये उम्मीद जिस दिन टूट जाएगी ना तो बड़ा मुश्किल है। तो ये दो सवाल बड़े गहरा है।
आई थिंक सर आपने सही सवाल पूछा है, मैं खाली छोटा जवाब दूंगा। इसके लिए सर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग चाहिए। देखिए कोई इंडिविजुअल पर्सन अपना पैसा खर्चा करके, जैसे सर ने कहा, कोई भी 15 लाख रुपए खर्चा करके कोई सर्टिफिकेट नहीं लेगा कोई एमएसएमई। इसके लिए एक आपको इकोसिस्टम चाहिए, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग चाहिए, अंडरस्टैंडिंग चाहिए और एक ग्रेजुअल प्रोसेस चाहिए। दिस इज़ ए माइंडसेट। आप सोचिए वापस जब आए, आपके पास अभी 1.5 लाख आपके मेंबर्स है, तो पहले दिन में तो ये सारे इश्यूज तो लग रहा होगा बहुत बड़ा है, धीरे धीरे वो चला गया। तो व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इज एब्सोल्युटली राइट। फ्रॉम द साइड ऑफ आईसीसी आपने जो बोला वो भी आई थिंक विल पुट इट ऑन रिकॉर्ड कि दीज आर द टू थिंग्स व्हिच इज बीइंग रेज्ड कि until unless we don't make organic sale attractive for somebody who's investing, वो क्यों वहाँ पे जाएगा? वो तो पहला चीज़ है। उसके लिए तो डेफिनेटली सर इकोसिस्टम चाहिए। देखिए आप बहुत सारे स्टेट्स हैं, जैसे आप देखेंगे मेघालय, दे आर डूइंग सम गुड वर्क इन ऑर्गेनिक। आप देखेंगे उन्होंने कम्प्लीटली इकोसिस्टम ही बनाया जहाँ पे वो बेच रहे हैं ऑर्गेनिक, बोल बोल के वो ज़्यादा प्राइस डिमांड ही कर रहे हैं और सरकार के तरफ से इनिशिएटिव है और सब एक ब्रांड में जाके बेच रहे हैं। वो जो ब्रांड छूता है तो उसको पता है कि भाई ये 30 रुपए तो 60 रुपए हो गई होगा, क्योंकि सरकार बोल रहा है कि ऑर्गेनिक है और वो 60 रुपए खर्चा करके बनाया होगा। तो वो एक सिस्टम है। दूसरा जो आपने कहा कि सर फार्मर्स, दिस इज़ अ पर्टिनेंट इशू एवरीवेयर। इसके लिए सर भी आपको इकोसिस्टम चाहिए, लॉट ऑफ पार्टी। जैसे आई थिंक वी हैड सम टाइम बैक अ फ्रेंड फ्रॉम ऑस्ट्रिया जिन्होंने कहा था कि वहाँ पे एक इकोसिस्टम है वेयर सी वी रन ए मेगा फूड पार्क ऑल्सो, वी हैव ए प्राइवेट एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑल्सो, सो वी ऑल्सो स्टार्ट हेल्पिंग फार्मर्स। सो वो इकोसिस्टम नहीं, हम लोग को भी पता नहीं, अगर हम लोग को फार्मर को ये ज्ञान देना है कि फार्मर को ये बताना है तो कैसे हम बताएं, तो वो प्लेटफॉर्म आई थिंक इज समथिंग मिसिंग। आई थिंक वैलिड पॉइंट टेकन, विल कीप इट ऑन रिकॉर्ड एंड आई थिंक सर दिस इज डेफिनेटली वन थिंग जो कि फार्मर्स के लिए अच्छी बात होगी। और एक इकोसिस्टम, वो सोचिए सर जिस राज्य ने बना दिया वो राज्य सबसे अच्छा राज्य होगा, तो इज ऑल्सो समथिंग। और उड़ीसा में हम लोग एफर्ट डाल रहे हैं, जैसे सारा पैनल आप देख सकते हैं, सबका बात में वही है कि कैसे हम लोग एमएसएमएस को सपोर्ट करें, कैसे फार्मर्स के लिए थोड़ा बेनिफिट आए, कैसे आईसीसी में भी हम लोग, देखिए हम लोग तो पावर में नहीं है, हम लोग खाली पॉलिसी मेकर्स तक ये इन्फॉर्मेशन ले सकते हैं कि ये फ्यूचर में होना है, ये डिमांड में है और ये सिस्टम, ये पॉलिसी बनना है, एंड दैट डिपेंड्स ऑन देम ऑल्सो एंड विल ट्राई टू परस्यू दैट। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। आई थिंक वी विल नाउ ट्राई टू वाइंड इट ऑफ. This is already 5:20. So we will like to felicitate Shruti. Can we start the felicitation process? And one clap for all my audience and also Dole sir, the entire team. Thank you very much. After felicitation, there'll be, just give me more 2 minutes. I'll sum up and we'll close the session, please.
So we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the eminent and experienced speakers here for being a part of this international summit, sir and madam, and for sharing the valuable insights with us today. This summit marks a historic milestone as it is the first time 3 cabinet ministers along with the joint secretary did join us, but what was important for us was you audience who have been there throughout. So thank you all for being here. Now we move forward to felicitate our distinguished speakers in recognition of their invaluable contribution. I would like to call upon Dr. Ambuda Surabhi, a professor and head Department of Food Business Management, NIFTIM Tanjavur. Dr. Barada Prasad Panigrahi, CEO, Incubation Center, Shri Shri University. Can I expect all of you to please give a last huge round of applause to all the speakers. Ms. Nivedita Jaina, CEO, DBT ILS Bio Incubator. Dr. Kamlesh Mishra, President, the Seafood Exporters Association of India.
Mr. Rajan Pade, Director Commercial B1 Group. Mr. Kamal Kanta Sahu, Head Odisha Chapter, Federation of Indian Export Organizations, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. Dr. Bhavna Gupta, Director, Davik Foods and Beverages Private Limited. Last but not the least, the youngest entrepreneur in the hall today, the most dynamic, Mr. Shubham Acharya, Director of UAV Technologies Private Limited. Once again, we thank you, our eminent speakers, all the international speakers present over here who have traveled all the way from different parts of the globe to be a part of this. Before going for a group photo session, I would request my ICC officials Pranjal and Jyoti Prakash Pal to felicitate our very own Shriram Panda sir and Sujan Mohanty sir, without whose consistent support and guidance, I think probably we wouldn't have been able to do this so flawlessly. I would also request our international speakers to please join us for a group photo, and also our speakers from Nashik, Dole sir and Anil sir, for being here. And after this, it will be great if all the present delegates can also come ahead for a group photograph. It will be really nice. Everyone in the audience, I would request you to come for a group photograph. Thank you so much once again, all the delegates present over here. We are truly indebted and grateful to all of you. Thank you so much. Our most important delegates, all the participants in the audience, please come forward for a group photograph with the speakers and the eminent delegates.